Did you party with Jeff back in the day? Did you know him? Wow, you should never admit that out loud again. Hold on. How did you know Epstein, sir? Don't shush me now. Listen, how did you know him? You're not getting in trouble. None of them are. Oh. I have like real questions now. Wow. Because didn't he get fired from there? For financial crimes. For lying. And people in finance would never do that. Do you know how big a lie you gotta tell for a hedge fund to be like, nah, we can't deal with this guy. What did he lie about? She said she was 19. For a numbers guy, he got that wrong a lot. You don't remember what the lie was? You didn't work with them. You didn't even know him. Now you're doing a better job. You're getting media training in real time. Did you go to any of the parties? You'd be a loser if you didn't go. See, I'm playing with his ego right now. Well, obviously I was invited to the New York parties to come up. My mind is blown. How do I think you feel? Old. No, I'm sorry. No. That's mean. But look, he's with an age-appropriate woman. You married her. Lock that down. Good job. That's the alibi right there. That's your alibi. When you saw this blowing up, what is going through your head?
That he didn't invite me to the island.
Did everybody know what was happening? They knew? Well, if only someone would have told people.
It's the Home Lift Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott.
Episode 168. We are not suicidal.
A real fake news update. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I am your host, Matt Weinglass. We have a whole great big show planned for you. We weren't here Tuesday, so we got a extra big show planned for you guys today. We'll try to get it done in 4 hours. We try to get it done before that 4-hour mark. But whenever you guys are here throughout the rest of the afternoon, we are up on all of the happenings, everything going on with the Epstein files, everything going on with Iran and all of the other little distractions that we're having, so we don't look at Iran, so we don't look at Epstein files in the correct way. They still have us playing red versus blue, left versus right. They still have these theater pieces in play, and there's still a lot of people falling for those theater pieces, but we have to have a moment for us all to come together in a space like this. It doesn't have to be this space, but you guys know that have been watching us. We thank you guys for being part of what we've been about, which is detaching from that two-party duopoly, detaching from the tribes that we were taught about when we were born into this system, born into a system with this automatic, unconditional trust that the people that run the world are doing it in the best way possible, and they have our needs in mind, our safety, security, happiness, all those things. And if we don't get those things, it's our fault. Well, that's what we were told. It's not our fault that we were told these things. We believe them. But at this moment in time, we're ready to let that go completely. And we're ready to align with others who have been part of other tribes, other parties, other institutions. They don't have to be from the same place. In fact, it's great that we don't come from the same place. We don't say that enough on the show. It's great that we don't come from the same place. That's the idea. That's what humanity should be about. What real diversity, not weaponizing identity politics as one party loves to do and has been taking advantage of people on that side for a long, long, long time. But what we are about is recognizing our differences and understanding that we have more in common than we do apart. So coming together, it's the people. It's a real people's movement, a real populist movement. We're standing up against the powerful people. We are holding them accountable. We are skeptical until we're proven otherwise. That doesn't happen very often. They don't really ever prove otherwise, but our job is to be skeptical right off the bat. Anytime an incident happens, any natural disaster, any occurrence, any big moment like the release of the files, whatever it is, our job is to be skeptical at them, not at each other. We hold our hands out and we're open to align with others. Again, we don't have to agree on everything, but we have to be open and willing to recognize that we do have one thing in common over anything else. And that is we have the same common enemy, and that is them. Who's they? We've been asked that so many times. Who's they? Well, we're starting to understand that they is a complex question and a complex answer. And that's why we're here. We don't have everything figured out. We are in an ongoing process of discovery and investigation, and we use techniques, we use the skills of critical thinking in order to pursue that and continue doing that. And we do have our ability to look back and reassess the things that we were told inaccurately. Look back at people who have fallen before us, where we were told a certain story, whether it's Michael Jackson, whether it's Princess Diana. The list is so long of those who fell before us and we were told a story. Well, guess what? Those stories don't mean shit anymore. Why? Because we're going to figure it out on our own. We're going to do our own research. We're going to do it together with you guys, and we're going to ask questions. And it's okay if we get into friendly discourse. You guys know we've had that on the show. We like that. We're not just one big echo chamber. We're here to have these discussions. What's actually going on, and what do we do about it? It's okay to have differentiations of opinions of what we actually do about it. But let's figure out what is going on. That's first, and then we'll figure out what to do about it. So we'll work with us. We'll do this. It's ongoing. Like I said, guys, it's always a work in progress, but that's what we're doing here on the Homeless Left. Today's show, we're calling it "We Are Not Suicidal," and that's important that we need to say that out loud. We here at the Homeless Left, we are not suicidal. We enjoy our lives. We enjoy what we do when we wake up in the morning, and we enjoy the fight, the daily grind. And we're going to stay that way. So just putting that out there. And there's a lot of people putting it out there right now. So like I said, we're going to get into the latest on Iran. We actually are going to get to some breaking news with you guys right now on an Epstein arrest, which just happened, which is great news. We're going to talk about Tucker being detained in Israel. Thomas Massie, a little closer look at what is the money behind him. And we know he's done some great work for Palestine and for championing transparency and the Epstein files release and all this other, let's challenge the war machine and the Israel-U.S. Imperialism machine that has been basically working overtime our entire adult lives. But what's going on behind Massie? We'll look at that. Some of the Epstein files that have been just conveniently removed, and they keep getting removed. The ones that they released out of those 3 million, they keep walking them back. We noticed a big gap in the 9/11 section of those files. Interesting. We'll look at that. Also, the Pentagon is funding a mass detention camp project across the entire country. It's not, guys, I hate to do a spoiler alert on you right now on that one, but hate to say it, it's not about immigration. This is for U.S. citizens. We also have a story on the NBA being infiltrated by Israel. We have a loudest voice of the week. We'll get to that later in the show. A little this week in HOLLYWOKE. I do have to announce up front that Nurse Leslie will not be with us today. She is with her father. There is some I would say a home, we'll call it an emergency, but definitely something she needs to tend to within the family. And I know there are incidences like this happening everywhere. And you guys know that we cover that on We know what it's not. We're going to do a special one on that next week, so we don't have time for that show today. But we are sending positive thoughts to her family, my extended family, and making sure everybody stays in a positive mindset as we work through this very weird and interesting hard time that we've all been going through since COVID. And it's one of the reasons we started this show from the beginning, because we weren't allowed to ask questions. Now we are doing it. We don't need permission to ask questions about our health, about our well-being. Did the people telling us what to do during COVID, did they have our best interest in mind? Guess what? They didn't. So we have to do that for ourselves and do that work ourselves. So we'll get into more of that next week. Again, there's a lot to do today. So let's go ahead and first, just thank you guys for joining us on the platforms. Let me make sure that we're up on all the ones we're supposed to be up on right now. We're not doing, I don't think we're doing Facebook today, but we're certainly trying to figure out what's going on X. The Homeless Left on X is not up right now. There's a glitch there, but Matt Weinglass should be up. If you guys are on Twitter, we should be live on there right now. We had some issues with that earlier last week through StreamYard, but I think we should be okay there. This channel, I just want to tell you guys, THL Presents on YouTube. We did hit a milestone, and it's big for us because, again, this is our second channel. If you guys don't know, the first channel got removed by Google. They told us we weren't allowed to have these conversations. So the Homeless Left on YouTube doesn't exist. THL Presents is the channel. We've only been up for just over a year, and we hit 5,000 just over the weekend. I just want to say thank you guys for allowing us to get there. We have monetized the channel. Thank God. We haven't got any warnings or flags. Thank God. We're going to keep doing that work. But and we did have, I guess, our best live view count from last Thursday's show. We really appreciate you guys. I think we hit about 24,000 there. We've had some videos blow up since then. So let's keep sharing out that channel. We really appreciate it. And of course, on Rumble, we love you guys on Rumble. You guys have been there from the beginning. Rumble, they have not pulled the plug on us. We know why they don't. It's weird that maybe YouTube and Google should take a little cue from Rumble, because if you want to surveillance us, if you want to keep tabs on us, if you want us all in your digital ID surveillance supercomputer system, you should probably not pull the plug, and you should probably let us do what we're doing, and then you can hold it against us later. That's what they do at Rumble. So thank you, Rumble, for not pulling the plug on us. All of our shows are available on Rumble. And then, of course, the last year on YouTube, we upload the segments so you guys can share those out. You guys can do the work, because it's not just about giving you a good show all afternoon, twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's about giving you guys the tools and ability to go out there and do the work yourself, have conversations, engagement, whatever you do on your social media, whatever you can do, however many people you can get to, have these one-on-one conversations. Start with a topic that you think you can connect with, because we try to cover everything. That's what we do here, guys. We cover it all. It's all connected, man. It's all connected. So without further ado, and I think our algorithm is, I think we're doing okay right now. Let's see. We're going to keep, we are going to keep things here and hope that the algorithm picks up both on YouTube and on our Rumble channel. So let's go ahead. I told you guys there was a breaking news. We're going to get to that one. We'll get to that one right now. Okay, here we go. We have some breaking news. Apparently, and this is just within the last few hours, last night, Prince Andrew has been officially arrested. And this is it comes on his birthday nonetheless. And it's in relationship, you guessed it, for crimes associated with Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files. Here's the breaking news that we got late last night. Check it out.
The police have arrested Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor. It's an extraordinary revelation and development on this story involving the Epstein files and all the allegations that have been swirling around about Andrew over the many years, from Virginia Giuffre, now sadly deceased, and since then, and certainly what's been contained in the Epstein files as released in the last few weeks. But the police have arrived at Sandringham Estate this morning, where Andrew has made his new home. It's his 66th birthday today. What a birthday present that is. He has been arrested by the police. Of course, the brother of the current king, the second son of our late Queen Elizabeth. This is an extraordinary development. Those of us who've been talking an awful lot about establishment cover-ups and lack of, should we say, interest by the police in what are very, very serious allegations against Andrew. Perhaps pleased that that pressure has finally been put on the police, and they have done the job of actually looking into these issues seriously. Must bear in mind, of course, that the Prince has not been charged with any crime at this point, and he has always denied any wrongdoing in relation to any of the allegations.
Well, he has been arrested in association with crimes. He hasn't been charged yet, so we're going to keep an eye on that. But it's absolutely in association with the Epstein files and the stories that have been told constantly about the women that he was involved with. And I cannot stand. I want to give you guys some better language here. I cannot stand this the expression when they talk about sex with children. That's not a thing. It's called raping and assaulting and molesting children. That's what it's called. There's no such thing as sex with children. Let's be clear about that and help yourself with that language when you talk to people about this yourself. So let's see how people like Piers Morgan has responded to this, because you guys know he has been the person in the middle, shutting down conversations constantly and going, well, we don't know. Well, we don't know if it's genocide. Well, we don't know. Well, there's a reason he's been doing that, and that's because it was all about deflecting this as long as possible. She's talking about this correspondent is trying to tell you that it was the police and the FBI that were hesitant. It was also the media. Let's be absolutely clear. So let's see Piers Morgan's reaction to this.
With Virginia Giuffre, because Epstein reveals that in some correspondence. So all the statements that Andrew made in that interview have now been proven to be lies. And I think that he spun the same lies to his mother. But King Charles has seen that these were lies, realizes that Andrew was lying, realized the severity of this scandal and the potential danger to the monarchy itself. You know, Ainsley and I, we've done a lot of stuff together in the UK, of big royal events, from coronations to funerals in the last few years. And previously, we will have all covered things like the death of Princess Diana. These are huge seismic moments in the royal family's history. I have never seen a bigger threat to the future of the monarchy than what is unfurling right now.
Oh, Piers, always playing catch up, aren't you? And you're still throwing out the wait till you find out why Princess Diana was killed. But that's too much for Pierce's brain, I suppose. Too much for him to handle. He's always playing catch up. As you guys know, he famously played massive catch up about COVID because we have to work with the information that we have available at the time. Ain't I right, Pierce? Sure. Okay, so how is this affecting us here in the States? Well, Fox News had no choice but to report on the unfortunate problem that Trump put himself in on his own by pretending he didn't know anything about Prince Andrew and that he never met him.
Was asked about Andrew this morning in London.
I don't know Prince Andrew, but it's a tough story. It's a very tough story. I don't know him, no.
President Trump has been photographed with Prince Andrew as far back as the year 2000. He is seen here alongside the Prince and First Lady at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Epstein was also at that party. President.
Okay, so I guess whatever the reason is, whatever the angle is, whatever you want to say about it, arrests are starting to happen. So that's good, right? So I suppose we'll start doing that here, right? We're going to start doing some arrests. Maybe we can start with Les Wexner. That would be a good one.
They spent a lot of time together. Mr. Wexner admitted that he traveled to both Epstein's Island as well as his other properties. Mr. Wexner also admitted that Jeffrey Epstein had access to a lot of Mr. Wexler's wealth. And when asked even simple questions, even as it relates to Mr. Epstein being the co-president of the foundation that established the area that we're in today, Mr. Wexler had little to say. In fact, it's clear that Mr. Wexler is trying to downplay how close Jeffrey Epstein and Mr. Wexler actually were. And we should be very clear that there would be no Epstein Island, there'd be no Epstein plane, there'd be no money to traffic women and girls. Mr. Epstein would not be the wealthy man he was without the support of Les Wexler. So what's the problem? We have the money connection. We always say follow the money. So he's laying this out. Where is this? Where is the obvious? If they're doing it in the UK, it's time to start doing it here. What is the problem? Why are we pretending that we don't have enough evidence and information to arrest Les Wexler? Just to start with. Well, here's Thomas Massie's response to the breaking news that Prince Andrew was just arrested. This was the metric I established for success in the Epstein Files Transparency Act that Ro Khanna and I got passed. Now we just need justice in the United States. So he's urging the people that could do this right now. That would be Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, urging them to act. Unfortunately, Thomas Massie, I want to hold your breath, at least on Kash Patel. He's too busy going on Dan Bongino's show and high-fiving him about what an amazing job they have done arresting small-time people, while protecting the higher-up elite class, which is exactly what they were hired to do.
I did a pretty good job, but, it really isn't hard when you focus them on the bad guys.
Well, it's not hard, Dan, as you know, as an 1811.
The bad guys, again, regular people that don't have power. Right. Okay, good one. Yeah, focus on them.
And a former police officer, it's not hard to do the job you signed up for if you're allowed to do the job you signed up for. And
yeah, you're allowed to beat up on small-time people. Exactly. And protect people in power. You're absolutely allowed to do that. So congratulations.
President Trump and this administration backs law enforcement and gave us the resources at this FBI and gave us the autonomy in you and I in running this building to remove the red tape, to remove the unnecessary approvals, and to get 1,000 extra agents. That's what we did, Dan. We put 1,000 agents into the field from Washington, D.C. We permanently removed them from the National Capital Region and sent them across to every single field office.
Oh, sniff. Don't forget to sniff. Whatever that is, whatever that is, Zelensky. I mean, Kash Patel. That's yeah. Okay. So 1,000 field officers, 1,000 officers, and what are they doing? Not arresting Epstein file criminals, right? Not doing that.
And what did that do? It allowed people to hit the streets and investigate crimes, and it led to this. And I know you've seen this, but this is 1 year in the making of true historic reductions in crime. And you're talking about a 20% reduction in murder rate. You're talking about a 32% increase in fentanyl seizures, enough to kill 150 million Americans. Dan, you're talking about 4 top 10 arrests in 1 year, but as soon as you left, I had to add 2 more. So now we're up to 6. I couldn't let it stand at 4. So in 1 calendar year, we arrested 6 of the FBI's most wanted fugitives in the world.
You know what I'm talking about.
Which one did you want bad, Dan? A non-Epstein criminal. That's what you wanted bad. Ha 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 ha. I can't watch too much more of this. Let's give it another 10 seconds. That's it. I can't. These guys are insufferable.
I was busting my ass on that one, but I was like, So, but hey, good job. Once I saw it on the news, I was proud of you.
And I said a high five, job well done. You mother effers. Done with you guys. So no, don't expect anything of the sort as far as arrests going on here. But hey, kudos to UK for starting the process at least. And we're going to probably see other countries as well going after some of these people. We know there's a couple of these bigwig Epstein guys. There's a sultan in India. I know they're trying to go after one of those guys there. So we're going to see more and more arrests, but we're just not going to see any here. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this, guys. But that's somewhat kind of good news that we had breaking late last night. Okay, let's get on to what we usually like to do to start our Thursday show. Yeah, I think we can do this. Let me go ahead and set this up. Welcome if you guys are just getting here. You just missed our breaking news segment, but we're gonna give you guys a little top censor news here, and then we're gonna be bringing in Jay Scott here in just a bit. And we got some big stories to cover with Jay. So just stay tight here, and let's just go. Actually, hold on a second. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Going to set up top censor news. We'll see you guys back here in 2 minutes. 2.5. We'll call it 2.5 minutes. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories that the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And it's always on purpose. All right, coming in this week's Top Censored News at number 3. The federal farm bill contains a secret provision which is designed to give pesticide manufacturers de facto immunity. Oh, did you guys know about this? The federal farm bill, it went into play the day before Valentine's Day, and it's moving closely into law right now. It seems like it's going to be a sure thing. Let's see how the mainstream has been covering this story. Okay, so we have from the center square, U.S. Farm Bill drops, outlines 5-year funding. Ooh, exciting here. Okay, well, according to the U.S. House Agriculture Committee has dropped a text of the U.S. Farm Bill on Friday, an 802-page package authorizing various nutrition, rural development, and farm support programs. They're calling it the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026, and it renews and enhances crop insurance and price support, disaster insurance assistance, risk management programs, operation and marketing loans, and federal agriculture research. It also outlines investment in rural broadband connectivity, forest management, water infrastructure, and hospital assistance, as well as the Rural Energy for America program, REAP. Okay, well, that sounds freaking awesome, doesn't it? Well, no, not so much. According to Dr. Alexandra Munoz, well, the pesticide immunity is in the Farm Bill. It's hidden inside it. So they won't tell you that in these mainstream outlets. So it was released, like I said, the day before Valentine's Day, and it does contain a provision. It's designed to give pesticide manufacturers this immunity, and it's basically locked in there. And she found the section, and we're going to look at it here quickly. But as always, the lawyers behind these provisions, this is how lawyers are. They've drafted the language in a manner which obfuscates its true meaning and impact. That's what lawyers do. That's their job. It's confusing language hidden in the back. The media won't look into it, so we have to point it out. Legislators are being told it's a provision for uniform labeling for pesticides, but pesticides already have uniform labels. Okay, so what is the true intention of the provision? Well, we know what it is. It's to give them full protection. That's what this is about. This is the section she found, 10205. And if you look at the language, it is like any lawyer language, very, very overly wordy on purpose. On line 8, shall be applied to require uniformity in pesticide labeling nationally and to prohibit any state instrumentally or political subdivision thereof, or a court from directly or indirectly imposing or continuing in effect any requirements for or penalizing or hold liable any entity for failing to comply with requirements that would require. Okay, so you see how they're doing this. They're saying they're leaving a gap for if there is a problem, you can't do anything about it. That's basically the sum of it. Under the act, blah, 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 including any requirements relating to warnings as such labeling or packaging, providing that the entity is not in material violation of subparagraph, blah, 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 which is the entity has been penalized pursuant in section 14, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Nothing in this section shall be construed to alter, diminish the authority, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we found that in there. Do you think that Maha has gotten curious about this? Well, sure. But here's Jimmy Dore. Great response. The people governing the country hate you and don't care that they're protecting the criminals knowingly giving you and your children cancer, which is what pesticides are about. All the chemicals, pesticides in our food. This was supposed to be RFK's focus. Remember when Trump said to him on that phone call, said, hey, you can't, you kind of have to move away a little bit from vaccines. We don't really want that focus, but you can do the big food. You can take on big food, try to make our food healthy. Therefore, Maha, make America healthy again. So this should be 100% focus. So anyways, Bayer is at this moment trying to settle a lawsuit against them for giving people cancer with pesticides for $7.2 billion. Just a side note. Thanks for that, Jimmy. But just a side note. And what he's saying is you can't vote your way out of here. But what about Maha? I'm sure they're pissed off at this, right? They're doing something about this, right? Or what? What's happening with Maha? Uh-oh. Maha looks a little upset. Buried in the Farm Bill, sections 10205 to 10211 allows big agriculture to block safeguards and escape responsibility. So the safeguards of protection of you can hold them accountable if they kill you is gone. So no safeguards. And this is Maha Action saying attention to Maha about the sections. They're avoiding complete accountability. The Prejean strip states of their rights to warn about danger. Really? So the states can't even warn us about the dangerous pesticides. They shield chemical companies from accountability in U.S. courts. They weaken oversight and slow critical safety reviews. Maha must urge Congress to remove these sections from 10502 to 205 to 10211. Maha is extremely, hold on. Just froze here. Hold on. Give me a second. We cannot support this bill as it stands. Well, Trump hears you, and he decides to double down the opposite way. So he goes and issues an executive order late on Wednesday, right before this thing went through Friday, aimed at spurring the domestic production of glyphosate, a widely used weed killer that has figured into health lawsuits. So glyphosate is the active ingredient in Roundup. So he just gave a green light to more of that killing chemical, glyphosate. So all of these thousands of lawsuits, not gonna make a dent. Not gonna make a dent. So this is again. Now it says Mr. Kennedy helped win a landmark $289 million jury verdict against Monsanto, the maker of Roundup, but that's not going to be a thing anymore. Kennedy being in the inside now is really bad. He was much better when he was pushing these lawsuits, when he wasn't attached to Trump, when he wasn't attached to MAGA, and when he wasn't attached to having the Health and Human Services secretary position. He was much better suing the crap out of these food companies when he wasn't doing that. So we're not going to get those lawsuits anymore. We've taken a step back. So it's actually worse. It's worse than they're not doing anything. They're doing the opposite of doing nothing, which is making it actually worse. So there you go. That's the end of Maha as far as we're concerned. So RFK Jr. and the Maha movement have no morals or principles. They have none. You wanted natural foods, but instead you're getting an executive order from Trump to have more pesticides in the crops. As they're in this new Farm Act bill, they are shielding the pesticide companies from any sort of legal damages of any sort. So no more lawsuits, no more settling, no more nothing. just more poison, more chemicals, and more importantly, and this is the last part, it's the profit margin, right? The only common theme with this administration is they simply cannot resist saying yes to the profit margins of big corporations. That's it. So unfortunately, that's where we are now. Maha is officially dead, as far as we can tell. Okay, let's head to the number one story of the week of top censors news. Here we go. And this one hits kind of close to home here. It hits kind of close to home. Coming in number one, Israel has infiltrated the NBA. And a lot of us basketball fans didn't even know it. We didn't even know it. Well, maybe some of you have. I want to give credit if you guys knew it. But no, it's pretty much a done deal. So let's look at how we fully recognize this as a fact. Although we suspected it for a while, the NBA, as you guys may or may not have known, this last weekend was the NBA All-Star Game. It was hosted right here in LA. One particular player on the All-Star team stood out to us, and not for the reasons you would hope, not by his performance, but by how the hell did he get on the All-Star team. Well, let's take a look. If you guys haven't heard of this guy, I barely knew who he was myself, and I'm an NBA fan. Israeli NBA rising star does not understand why people hate Israel. Okay, so Denny Avdijava, the Israeli NBA Portland Trailblazers player who has been endorsed by LeBron James for a position, which he got the position. He said in a New York Times profile published, and this is right before the All-Star Game a couple of weeks ago, that he does not understand. I don't understand why people hate me, despite repeatedly expressing his love and support for Israel. I don't get it. What could it be? I obviously stand for my country because that's where I'm from. It's frustrating to see all the hate. I'm from there and I respect my country and I stand behind it. I'm proud of Israeli. I'm a proud Israeli because that's where I grew up. I want to be where I am today if it weren't for Israel. No shit. You wouldn't be where you are today. Just go ask Gal Gadot how she got that star on Hollywood Boulevard, how she got all those roles that she wasn't really up to par for at all. Just go ask her, your fellow IDF member. By the way, yes, IDF member, just like Gal Gadot. So NBA fans have speculated on social media, and what can they do? They have to speculate. How would he be ranked 5 when the voting was 7? How did he move up those spots? It's because he's primarily Jewish. Now, look, we've had players in the NBA before that get massive votes. We had a guy named Yao Ming. If you guys remember Yao Ming, Houston Rockets, 20 years back, he would always get the starting position over Shaq because he had all these people in China. Now, that made sense because of the population in China, and it was a global voting system. So in that sense, with China, you could understand why Yao Ming would take that spot, even though Shaq was the better player. They'd always put Yao Ming in for like 2 minutes, and then you bench him and you bring Shaq in. That happened for several years in the early 2000s when Shaq was the number one player in the league. He was the MVP, triple Pete, but yet he had to sit for the All-Star game because Yao Ming got more votes because of China. Now, does Israel have the ability to do that? No, not real votes. Hell no. Do they have another way to do it? Let me think. What else could Israel do besides overvoting for a particular fan? Again, it's not illegal. China did it. What could Israel? You know what? Hold that thought. We'll come back to that question. I'm trying to figure out what other thing you could do besides getting more votes. Because Israel doesn't have the votes. There's no way Israel has the votes for this guy. Okay. Well, here's his jersey. Let's cut to that. Now that's exciting. Look at that. Look at that. Number 8 on the back. Boom. World team. Now there's an Israel flag. That makes sense. If what? If every other player had a flag on their jersey, which they don't. He's the only one on the floor of last Sunday's game that had a flag on their jersey. That's very weird, wouldn't you think? No American flags. And by the way, no other flags from other players. No Serbia flag, right? no French flag. There's no other flags, only the Israeli flag. That's very, very, very bizarre. To me, that's very, very bizarre. But okay. Let's see this guy. He's he's really excited. This dude is extremely excited. Hold on. Let me grab this. Hold on. Okay. Here he is.
Dream come true. You work hard, you sacrifice, and you're being patient, and good things happen. So, with the flag, it's nice. Team World is nice. We're nice like that. Team World.
Okay. So he's excited. All right. Well, let's see. When the game happened, it was whatever. It was a game. No real big deal about it. Let's see. They asked LeBron what he thought about his Israeli teammate.
Channel 14 in Israel, for all the Israeli fans, what message would you like to send for Israel, and also what do you think about Danny Avdia?
Well, I've been quoted on Danny already, and they asked me what I thought about this season. I said I believe he was an all-star, and I mean, he is an all-star. He's playing exceptional basketball. So that's that. And then I mean, if I have fans over there, I've never been there. If I have fans over there, then I hope you have been following my career. I hope I inspire people over there to not only want to be great in sports, but I want you to be better in general in life. So hopefully someday I can make it over there. Like I said, I've never been over there, but I've heard nothing but great things, and I appreciate the question.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, LeBron.
I hear nothing but great things. How is that even freaking possible? How is it possible that LeBron only hears great things about Israel? That doesn't make any, not today, not in 2026. You can't possibly think that's true. So if he was going for a safe answer, you didn't get the safe answer. Well, let's let Hotspot Nick Cruz explain the big problem here with LeBron James. Go ahead, take it away. Friend of the show, Nick Cruz.
LeBron James has completely ruined his legacy in less than 60 seconds after coming out as neutral against genocide and child killing.
For all the Israeli fans, what message would you like to send for Israel, and also what do you think about Danny Avdia?
Well, I've been quoted on Danny already, and they asked me what I thought about this season. I said I believe he was an all-star. And I mean, if I have fans over there, I've never been there. If I have fans over there, then I hope you have been following my career. I hope I inspire people over there to not only want to be great in sports, but I want you to be better in general in life. So hopefully someday I can make it over there. Like I said, I've never been over there, but I've heard nothing but great things. And
Muhammad Ali is rolling in his grave, watching these cowardly black athletes in the modern era. And LeBron James is the same scumbag who pretended that he read and has some sort of connection to Malcolm X. You know, the same Malcolm X who said there's no intellectual or legal basis to support the existence of Israel? Also the same Malcolm X who warned us about these sellout black celebrities, by the way. Because LeBron James is far from the only one. The NBA is infested with cowardly Zionist scum. Kevin Durant and Steph Curry was also caught investing in Israeli drone technology that is used to mass slaughter Palestinians. Kevin Durant is a psychopath who even bragged about funding Israeli genocide on his many burner accounts. The streets are calling them Likud James, Stephen Yahoo, and the KDF, who are all-time leaders in NBA history of children murdered. That's the only NBA record that they have that matters anymore. It's a very important point of class consciousness to understand that they are not doing this to secure a bag. LeBron James has fuck you money, the kind of money that is beyond our wildest dreams. This is a signal by LeBron James to the Jeffrey Epstein pedophile elite that they would never side with the ordinary working class people over them.
Great take. It's hard to argue with that. And to see LeBron and Steph and Katie lined up like that and be called out on their bullshit? Is this something they're being forced to do? Are they caving to something that's bigger? Do they have a choice? When we ask these questions, we try to hope that there's some sort of position they're in where they have no choice. But there's ways around it. You don't have to answer questions like that. You don't have, if you're Steph Curry, you don't have to put a bunch of Hebrew tattoos all over your body. You don't have to do these investments. Nobody's forcing you to invest. If you want to say I have no comment, maybe we'll understand that. Maybe. But these three, it really hurts to see this, because these are people we like to take a break from politics and watch sports. And then we realize that the NBA has this gambling problem, and it's, what are we even watching? And then we realize the capture here beyond. Now, Nick focused on LeBron there, and it's important to call out his inability to be courageous at every turn. We know that he has been to P. Diddy parties. He told us there ain't no party like a P. Diddy party. So we know this guy didn't behave in a way that he could have backed off a little. Let me give you an example of somebody who actually backed off. But actually, first, let's when he mentioned the Malcolm X thing, I mean, this type of shit. Here's another picture from that. This is just shit, man. This is shit. What are you doing? Don't BS yourself. You're reading that book. Such crap. It's insulting to our intelligence that you're even going to be standing holding a book like that, let alone open to a page and pretending that you're reading anything, because you have nothing to say about what Malcolm X stood for. But let's look again. If you're forced to do something, you're in the NBA, they got you by they got a grip on you. Okay. Can you back off just a little? Here's an example from a way younger player. This is Wemby. He is basically the man of he's the guy that brought the game, let's just say. Everyone's saying Wemby, big ass dude. You guys, I don't know if you know, we covered him. He was getting blood clots in his legs, totally unrelated to anything, just ran because blood clots happen to you. He had to take some time off. He's back, apparently doing better than ever. He was the best presenting all-star that brought the energy. He was asked about this Israeli player, and here's how he maneuvered around it.
Fourth row on the left. How would you describe playing with Denny Avdia during this experience, and just how's he viewed around the league at this point in the step he's taken this year?
How's he viewed? Takes a lot of free throws, so playing against him, I haven't played against him this year, but advice is to not defend without fouling. And I mean, I don't know how many minutes I'll share with him on the court, but as I was saying before, I mean, today was a pretty fun experience. I think what we displayed basketball-wise was solid, and it shows on the results. I mean, it was close games with intensity.
So he basically said, yeah, he shot a lot of free throws, which means he gets calls in his favor. It's very clever, actually, very clever of Wemby. I didn't realize how I knew the guy was presentable. I'm gonna keep an eye on this dude. Maybe he looked into some stuff after his blood clotting. Who knows? I maybe keep an eye on this guy. Maybe keep an eye. He little clever. He says, I shot a lot of free throws. What else did he say? My advice to him is you don't have to foul on every play. Huh, interesting. Way different than what LeBron did. Way different. So keep in mind, even if you signed up to something, the NBA, it's a Zionist organization. We'll tell you guys more about that in just a moment. In fact, let's see the reaction from this guy, because this is just shit. Denny Avdia, NBA All-Star. This is from I-24. You know this is shit. His selection sparks wave of anti-Israeli online attacks. Oh my God, the poor guy getting attacked. Oh, waves of, I might as well just say anti-Semitic at this point, right? And there's Netanyahu doing his little tweet out. Denny, every time you step onto the court, our country beams with pride for the people of Israel. You aren't just any star. You're our Star of David. I mean, what a joke. What a joke. And look at even this. A fan thought that this was a meme account and then realized, no, it actually is legitimately Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, legitimately. Okay, so what do we do? What else can we do about this? We can give little clever remarks like Wimby did, or you can go even further. You can go further. You can go further like Spike Lee did, right? Boom. Boom. And I'm telling you guys, if you watch this game, I know a lot of you probably didn't give a crap. I get it. We didn't even, Leslie and I barely watch. It was like on in the background. We didn't even watch it. But I saw this. And I said, let me take a look at this. Let me take a look at when the camera goes on Spike Lee. You guys, if you guys know Spike Lee, filmmaker, this guy has been a New York Knicks fan his entire career. He had a little rivalry with Reggie Miller. Commentators always talking about what Spike Lee is up to. What is he up to? I'm telling you right now, they don't mention this. There's a reason. They don't say, oh my God, there's Spike Lee doing something for the people. You know, they're not going to do that. Guess what else they don't do? They don't go, uh-oh, there's Spike Lee in terrorist garb. Uh-oh. They don't do that either. So they just ignore that he's even doing that and even wearing that. So that's their job, is to deflect, distract, and confuse. You know what else their job was to confuse us about? This guy who wore a press t-shirt on behalf of Gaza journalists who are hunted down and murdered by Israel. Over 200, as Dave Chappelle told us on his Netflix special. He didn't get the number quite right, but he told us. Israel kills journalists. So he's wearing the press t-shirt that's supposed to keep us protected, keeps us protective kind of here. We go out to, riots and happening. We have a press shirt and it's supposed to help us. No, it's an actual target when you're in Gaza, as you guys know. Kyrie knows, they won't mention it. So you can do that. You can show up and represent. And guess what? Kyrie hasn't been fired. He's been scrutinized. He's been bullied. He's been shamed. They made up an entire story about how, anti-Semitic Kyrie Irving. Guess what? They couldn't even tell you what the anti-Semitism was. He shared a link about an Amazon book that was telling a story, a little different story than what we learned in school about World War II and the Holocaust from an African point of view. And all the TNT guys, they had to say, oh, Kyrie's anti-Semitic for sharing out a link. And they didn't even know why they had to say it. They just had to. All those guys, Shaq, Charles, they just, Kyrie and his anti-Semitism, sharing a link to a book. But no critique on Amazon's owner, Jeff Bezos, for allowing such a horrible book on his website. So they don't talk about that part, and they won't tell you what's in the book. So that's the kind of people, that's the exchange. You can stay in the NBA, but we're going to make you look like shit. And that's what Kyrie signed up for, and he doesn't care. So kudos to Kyrie and to Spike Lee for doing that. But just so you guys understand how bad this problem is, all of the teams are being bought up by Zionists. This one, if you guys didn't know, this is Miriam Adelson. Did you guys know she just bought, at the end of last year, she just bought the Mavericks? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. So you guys know, bankroll, even The Guardian will point this out. She helped to bankroll Trump. We know obviously she was the biggest donor. She backs Israel, the genocide in Gaza. Of course, they have to say war. We know how that goes. And she was the one that helped to trade away Luka to LA Lakers. So, of course, that's so important too, right? No, what's important is that the NBA is being used as a marketing piece for Israel, and that the Israeli tech is being brought into NBA and NBA communications through Amazon, through the NBA app. There's absolute spyware being worked into the communications with NBA and their fans, and the language and the propaganda of Israel. It's worked right into the system, and that's why you have to buy up all these teams. And if you try to push back like Dwight Howard, this will happen to you.
Tweeted "Free Palestine," and I dang near got kicked out the league for it. And I'm like trying to figure out why. So I tweet "Free Palestine." Less than 10 minutes after I tweet that, I get a call from the commissioner of the NBA.
Stop it.
Agents People working with my foundation at the time, Texas, you gotta erase this tweet. You gotta take this down. You're gonna get it. I'm like, what did I do that was so bad?
Can somebody explain to me?
Yeah, can somebody explain, you know?
Yeah. Well, nobody could explain it. They just said you have to take this down. Free Palestine, not allowed. Not allowed. Right? Right. Okay. So when that happened, and let's be clear on the timeline, that was Adam Silver who took over the role of commissioner, telling him, Dwight, you have to take it down. Adam Silver, 100% Zionist. That's that. The guy before him, David Stern, 100% Zionist. Well, how do we know that about David Stern? Well, guess what? This is funny. David Stern served as NBA commissioner before Adam Silver, all out throughout the 80s, through the 90s, and through the 2000s, up until 2014. So in his last year, look at that. David Stern, NBA commissioner in 2014. A little Epstein action here, huh? Trying to go to an event, trying to get hooked up here, huh? Look at that. How do I get in? How do I get into the conference? How do I get in, Jeffrey? Well, I don't want to pay anything. I'm the commissioner. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. So there you go. Little communication. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Okay. So with that said, I realized we skipped number 2. We were so excited to get to number 1. So I'm going to have to edit this around in post, but we got to do the number 2 story. Okay. So we'll do the cut right here. And I'm going to grab this one right here. Here we go. Coming in at the number 2 story, top censored news of the week. China's killer robots are on track to serve on the battlefield this year, ushering in a new era of AI-powered warfare. However, there's more to this story. It seems that this is another excuse. The propaganda of China's taking over the world, another excuse for the U.S. war machine, Western propaganda machine, to push our digital ID state and surveillance state. 100%. So this is the story. This is what people are sharing right now on Twitter. So let's give you guys, just because you've probably seen this part, and I think we don't want to ignore this part, but understand there's something bigger going on here. So this is all of the hype right now. The killer robots on track to serve the military. Now, this is from an article. It says within 2 years, but the article came out in Newsweek 2 years ago. So that would be this year. And there's a new video release I'm going to play for you guys right now, but it sets a course for an AI-powered warfare, which the experts are calling greatest danger to the survival of humankind. Well, it could be if we were doing it here. But what we know about China is they are defense. They are infrastructure. They don't invade countries. They put their innovations into their economy and their home front. That's what they do. So now this technology can absolutely be dangerous, but again, this is an opportunity for us to get extremely afraid of China, and we have to double down on our technology. So anyways, this is what the guy goes through here. He goes, remote forms of warfare, from drones to cyber attacks, played an increasingly central role in this century's theaters of war. Control of the skies, unmanned aerial vehicles have been critical issue in the ongoing war in Ukraine. And last week, the U.S. Department of Defense unveiled a fresh $1 billion. We know that's new. Another $1 billion investment to upgrade the drone fleet. So he's kind of telling us in the tweet that we are already responding to this, but that's the point. We have to build up our enemy in order to build up us. That's how it works. So it looks like these several major powers have taken the developments a step further and begun to develop fully autonomous AI-powered killer robots to replace their soldiers on the battlefield. And again, this is from a Newsweek article from 2 years ago. Let's see a shot of those robots right now. Oh, wait a minute. I must have pulled the wrong clip. This is James Cameron, Terminator 2, I think from 1992. Here's actually a real clip coming out of China right now.
一场跨域协同作战演练在某战术训练基地。
We'll turn down that. I don't know if you guys can understand that, but this is some of the newest technology. This is what they're calling the killer robots. Yeah, we could certainly look at this and go, okay, if they're ready to shoot at anything, isn't this what actually James Cameron was warning us about, and the fact that China has beat us to this? So what do we do? What do we do about this? Well, what we do is we double down on what? The fear campaign. The fear campaign. And here you go from the Diplomat. There it is. There it is. The machines in the alleyways. China's bet on autonomous urban warfare. PLA-linked research indicates a concerted attempt to develop lethal autonomous drone swarms specifically for urban warfare with Taiwan in mind. There you go. There you go. There's our key. Oh, we gotta intervene. We gotta intervene. We gotta intervene. Much of the public discussion on China's development of autonomous weapons series thus far has centered on the sea of air domains, but have not grappled with how the PLA could deploy these systems for urban warfare. So again, this is just speculation and getting people afraid. An analysis of Chinese efforts to automate anti-submarine warfare, enable long-range missiles targeting, oh, here we go, targeting of U.S. carrier strike groups through satellite-based radar in the Center of Naval Analysis recent report on drone swarms' role in China's counter-intervention strategy is absolutely essential. However, for any invasion of Taiwan to succeed, the PLA must win, not just on solitary stretches of sea, but amid the clamor of crowded civilian streets. Okay, and then they go on that article. But understand this. This is our moment to go, hey guys, we told you, we warned you about China. We warned you about China. So now we got to bring in Alex Karp. Bring in Alex Karp. He has a plan for what to do with our enemies. He's got a big plan.
Are the most loving, God-fearing, fair, least discriminatory people on the planet. And they want to know that if you're waking up and thinking about harming American citizens, or if American citizens are taken hostage and kept in dungeons, or if you're a foreign power sending fentanyl to poison our people, something really bad is going to happen to you and your friends and your cousins and your bank account and your mistress and whoever was involved. And, you know, when Americans are spending...
So the fentanyl discussion, that's important because we're trying to pin that on, we're trying to pin that on Venezuela. That didn't work, but that you pin it on China. You don't bring up the CIA when it comes to fentanyl. No, the CIA would never litter the streets with fentanyl ever. They don't do that to our people. They don't litter. Well, except they do it with crystal meth and other stuff. Well, man, cocaine. Yeah, they do. Okay. Well, maybe they, no, it's China. Remember? China. So that's the thing. That's the thing. Now you add in these robots. What's he going to do to the enemy? What are you going to do, Alex Cart?
$1 trillion on defense. What I want, and what I think my peers want is, why are these people keeping our citizens hostage, torturing our people, attacking our allies, maligning us in what was once called the United Nations, basically a discriminatory institution against anything good? We need to stand up, and those people need to be scared. And that's why this conference is so important, because we have the best products in the world, and we cannot have parity. Our adversaries do not have our moral compunction. If it's even, they will take advantage of our niceness, kindness, our desire to be at home in Nebraska.
Nice. I mean, you guys know what a joke this is. That they're going to take advantage of our niceness and kindness. We're the good guys. They're the bad guys. We need to act on this right now. So make no mistake, guys. Make no mistake. Alex Karp, Palantir, they're setting the stage that our enemies are getting stronger. China does have this technology. I'm not saying the technology doesn't exist. They have been working on this. You call it killer robots for the last 2 years. These are defense this is defense technology, and you know that China is working right now with Iran. We're going to talk more about that when we bring in Jay Scott here in a bit. But I'm telling you guys, this is the excuse we need. This is exactly, I can tell you right now, Alex Karp is salivating over this technology existing and being able to pin this on China. China's going after Taiwan. China's coming after Americans. China keeps bringing us fentanyl. Let's double down on our surveillance. Let's double down on our digital ID system. Make no mistake, we have to be in line. We have to be all on the grid, and that's it. And then you have Elon, who will remind you what AI is leading to. In his insane world of delusion, Elon thinks that it's leading to wealth for everyone. We're all going to be wealthier than the richest person on earth. That's the outcome Elon wants us to hear. And by that, he means that we'll have access to everything: medical care, superhuman, games, all this stuff. It's going to be far more fun. Life is going to be fun. And we don't need to we do need to make sure AI cares deeply about truth. Of course AI is going to care about truth, because the people developing it always care about truth. We've always known that, Elon. So there you go. Delusional Elon, psychopath Alex Karp. That's where we're headed. We are headed into this AI warfare moment in time. Where's the outcome going? Where are we headed? Who knows? But we have to keep having these conversations. Okay. And we cut there and we say this. And luckily we're here to bring you guys top censored news of the week. Okay. Let's get on with the show, guys. We have a lot to get to, and I cannot be happier to bring in our co-host right now to help me get through these stories, because these are big doozies, guys. We got some big ones for you. Here we go. Please welcome back to the show. You know him, you love him, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday, man. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. I know we took off the Tuesday show, and it's been a wild week. How's it going in your neck of the woods?
Everything's good, man. Just trying to keep up with everything, while taking care of the baby. So, trying to juggle everything can be a little bit challenging at times, but, hanging in there. So no complaints. But, one thing I can say is, it's crazy how we keep painting China out to be the bad guy, but we literally have a whole military strategy called the Rimland strategy. I don't know if you heard about it before, but it's essentially, enabling naval blockades of whole Eurasian countries to ensure that trade to prevent their empires from rising. So this is like a well-known, military strategy that's employed by the West. That's why we invest so much in the Navy, to literally stop them from trading. But we got to remember that China and Russia, they're the bad guys. We're the good guys. We're going to stop them from trading with the rest of the world, but we're the good guys.
Oh, yeah. That's, are we ready to, I don't know. I know there's some people that have their entire philosophy has been, we have to stop China. We have to stop China. We have colleagues we've worked with that they can't get over that. And we say, have you looked at Israel? Have you looked at us? Have you looked at anything else? No, China. And it's the same language we just heard here from Alex Karp. It's that language of, we're the ones with the moral compass. They don't have a moral compass. And so they just this constant brainwashing. Do you think the Epstein files might have something to do with giving people a chance to go, wait a minute, I thought we were the one with the moral compass. You've been telling us that. I still think China's bad, but are we really the one? Who's the moral compass?
Sometimes the compass gets confused and it points in different directions. The magnetic fields get a little bit, wonky, that type of stuff. But I saw a video on Twitter the other day. I still don't know if it's real or not. I don't know. There's a Democrat guy, I forget his name. His name is Dean something, but he was in a debate with someone in MAGA who essentially asked him why it's wrong for Trump to, rape little kids. And I couldn't believe it was real. It had to have been scripted. I can't believe MAGA has sunk that low, but it just breathes new life into the "I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue" quote that we saw from Trump, if it's true. But I forget the guy's name. It's Dean something. But
I've seen him. I know his brand is he gets that overwhelmed thing, and he's just and he kind of takes that big pause. I've seen him do that before. I don't know if it's set up or it's fake, but the guy on the phone,
if that's real,
it's bizarre that you'd ask a question like that. You would say, hey, tell me why this is, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with pedophilia? What's wrong with raping little kids? Wow.
But you would even identify, is this an anonymous caller? I mean, you can find this guy. He's not why would you? It's so bizarre. Even if you believe that there's no problem with it, that you would have the audacity to put it out there like that without knowing the pushback you're gonna get. Or in this case, I guess the kid just kind of shut. He's like, I can't even talk right now. It kind of put him into a mute state for a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was real or not, because part of me wants to believe that MAGA would not sink that low, but I guess when you're in a cult and you don't realize that you're in a cult, like anything becomes justifiable to please the dear leader. So
can we please, when we see this type of behavior, can we not take the bait of MAGA is uniquely insane? Because we know
I don't think they're uniquely.
No, I'm not saying you're doing. I'm saying that there's a lot of people responding to this right now, and they're saying, "Look at that! We told you. We told you should have voted for Kamala. We told you that MAGAs were uniquely insane." Can we look for opportunities to say this is if this guy's real, which I think you're right. I think it was real. That this type of wiring exists everywhere. It's not unique to Matt. So let's be. It's a wiring where you can justify Joe Biden's. He's got a stutter. He's got it, and you can justify the blank check to Netanyahu under Biden. You can justify things, no matter what tribe you're in, because you have a tribal mind. It's not because it's uniquely MAGA. It's a tribal mind, right? I mean, I'm saying let's make sure we use that language, because we don't. It's not uniquely MAGA. That's all I'm saying.
No,
but
it's not. And you see it definitely on both sides, man. I mean, the fact that some people will call you, transphobic, if you question whether or not it's okay to, change the genitalia of children, I mean, clearly there's a little bit of brainwashing, going on both sides. So just merely questioning if this is okay, if this is something that we should be doing, can get you labeled as transphobic, by some people. So it exists on both sides. Can't deny that.
Yeah. And I think we got a Rumble rant here. Let me see. We got. I said to grab it from Rumble. This is from R. Dean W. Alex Karp fantasized about dosing the public by spraying fentanyl-laced urine on his enemies. Yes, he did. That's right. There's so many horrible clips from Alex Karp, and we just played the one, but. Yes, that's one of his little rants he goes on about what type of pain he's going to inflict. And we know that the enemies we talk a lot about the enemies being here, being us, being anybody speaking up against Israel, do it to us. But yes, make no mistake, it's about also these contrived enemies of China and Russia, whoever. We got to get them, Iran, right? We got to dose them with the fentanyl as well, especially China, because they're the ones with the fentanyl. We got to do it right back to them. Yeah.
It's the imperial boomerang.
Yeah. Thanks, RDW. Appreciate the Rumble rant. Okay, well let's get on. We got a lot to get you. I know I have you for. It's gonna go fast, so let's get to the first story. We called the episode on the banner. If you guys saw the banner, we're saying it. We are not suicidal. Well, we got one right now who's telling us she's not, and I'm gonna just play the clip of her saying it, and then we'll get to the links you sent, Jay. But we covered her. She just got this is the former commissioner. She's been removed from the Religious Liberty Commission after this anti-Semitism hearing, which she had we covered this last week, her little run-in with these Zionists, because she was clamping down that her Catholicism she's anti-Zionism because she's Catholic, and that was her big. She that's the hill she died on. Now she's removed. This is her just quickly telling us the famous words that we need to hear every time, so we know.
Brainwashed people, Christians and many other groups, to worship Israel. And like I said, I would rather die. I would rather die than worship Israel, a genocidal state that is committing genocide against innocent Palestinians.
Yep.
Yeah. It's wrong. And I reject that. And it feels so free, you guys. I honestly feel so free. I'm no longer in chains.
Yes.
I'm no longer in chains. And you know what? I wasn't. I continue to post and I continue to tell them. And I have the emails to prove it. I have the text to prove it. I have all the receipts. I reached out to many people on the commission and I said, hey, they're trying to silence me for my religious beliefs. What do you think about this?
Okay. And then this is from combat anti-Semitism, which we know that's the biggest problem we have in this country, obviously, right? It's not to be questioned. So she was the commissioner. There she is. You guys remember the video we played? This is actually a shot from that video. where she did that. It was pretty courageous what she did. I mean, she probably knew she was getting removed after that. But yeah, the anti-Semitism hearings turned controversial, and she happens to be former Miss California, turned conservative activist. Carrie Prejean Boller was removed from the Religious Liberty Commission on Wednesday, 2 days after the contentious hearing in which she revived the decide charge against Jews, challenging the premise that anti-Zionism constituted anti-Semitism, which we know it doesn't, and defended disgraced political commentator Candace Owens. I love that. Disgraced political commentator, really? And it goes on from there. Jay, let me pass it to you here on this. Did you see this coming, that she was going to lose her spot?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you know, considering who Trump works for, all the moves he's made since he's been in office, considering what he did in his first term, who his biggest donors are. I mean, I think this was entirely predictable. So for Carrie to, you know, somehow believe that Trump was going to protect her religious freedom, you know, against Zionist interest, I think, you know, is a bit naive in my opinion. But you know, she was a Trump supporter, and you know, she thought that because she was a Trump supporter, she'd be able to speak her opinion, even when she disagreed with Trump, and what, you know, even when she disagreed with Trump's donors. And what Trump is putting on display for the whole world to see is no, his donors come first. So, you know, if you follow the money, that can tell you a lot about what's going on. So, you know, I am happy, you know, that she's coming around now, but I would still question whether or not it's accurate to say that being Catholic means you're inherently anti-Zionist, because to the best of my knowledge, you know, the official position of the Catholic Church, and like the Pope, is that they're in favor of a two-state solution, which means technically you're still Zionist because you believe that there should be a Zion, you know, like for the quote unquote people of Israel. But, you know, everyone's interpretation, you know, of their religion is a personal thing. So she's free to hold that belief. But I would say the words of the Pope, you know, kind of tell me otherwise.
Yeah. And then this is the part that's important. Carrie Prejean Boller, for the record, I'm not suicidal. I love my husband. My family and friends support me. I love my children. I don't have depression. I don't drink alcohol. I don't take drugs or any medication. I didn't get the COVID shot. I eat healthy. I'm glad you put that in there. That's pretty badass. I'm in good health. I just had my car serviced. I'm practicing. I'm a practicing devout Catholic, being spiritually advised by several priests. If anything happens to me, go Max. And she hashtags Christ is King. Well, she pretty much covered everything in there, right? Every possible. Did she do this? Oh, she didn't do the swimming. You got to say you're a good swimmer. That's all. That's all. Don't forget the swimmer. I think. Come on, Carrie, you missed one. But that's not. It's not a joke. I mean, I know we can kind of have fun with it, but it's like this has been timestamped. This exists. This is something we will reference. And I think that we've seen this from a lot of people that understand there's a method in place to eliminate somebody who's inconvenient. I kind of threw out some big names earlier. I know we need to do some more. We have to give more attention to these ones because these are some big ones, but we are looking back at people like Michael Jackson. We're looking back at Princess Diana. We're looking at these things. Could you imagine if they had Twitter back then, if Michael Jackson and Princess Diana had Twitter back then, and you could go back to a tweet like this. So this is, we can laugh about this, but this isn't funny. This is serious shit. So good thing that she got that out there. It's timestamped. There you go.
Yeah, Michael Jackson's is especially tragic, mostly because of what's been done to his legacy. Like everything literally got reversed on him. Like people having if you talk to the average person, a lot of people, might still believe that, Michael Jackson was a pedophile. And while we can't know for sure, I would argue that, he seems to be someone who missed out on childhood and, just seemed to, care a lot about kids. And there's actually evidence he was fighting against what Epstein and those guys were doing. So they immediately just put out a smear campaign that was so effective, that to this day, most people still believe that he was at least somewhat guilty or he got away with some sort of pedophilia. So it's a shame, and it shows you how much control you know, they have, well, I would argue they had over the media. I would say I don't think it's as effective now as it was back then. But we had no way of sharing information with each other back then, so it was more effective at that point.
Yeah. Well, let's look at some others that we know have come out and done the right thing. You got to timestamp this stuff. It's not a joke. This is for real, and you got to do this. And I know you have some more. We're going to cover this in the next segment. Some more stuff on Thomas Massie, but let's just say for now that we know he put this out, and this is important. I'm not suicidal. I eat healthy food. The brakes of my car and truck are in good shape. I practice good trigger discipline and never point a gun at anyone, including myself. There are no deep pools of water on my farm, and I'm pretty good. Oh, so he got the swimmer. He got the swimming in. And so you got to do that. Now, are they all, when I say they all, anybody who has been, let's just say in the Epstein era here, anybody that's been on the right side of let's protect survivors and victims, let's get criminals arrested. They're not all doing it. I mean, we saw this from Ro Khanna, who was responding to Thomas Massie. He's saying, look, I'm not actually worried for my physical safety. Honestly, the truth is more nuanced. Big money tries to destroy a person's career and reputation. They did it to Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that's the other, right? They don't necessarily kill you or set up an accidental death or suicide. What they do is they destroy your character. They remove you from office, and they ruin your legacy. That's the other way. So that's what he's worried about. He says, in Washington, you rise by keeping your head down and not making enemies. Well, that's weird to say, not making enemies. That's weird that Ro Khanna would say that. Massie and I are unafraid to challenge power. You certainly make enemies if you do the right thing. So I don't know why he thinks that he won't get enemies, but
he's saying that most people, when you aren't doing the right thing, you're gonna make enemies because everyone in Washington is doing the wrong thing. So I think that's kind of what he means. So.
Okay, but he's aligning with Massie in the sense that we know that we're risky. We know that things are risky. We have the courage in place. We're going to keep doing what we need to do. But he's not.
We'll come back to Massie. We'll come back to
Massie. So those are the type of ones that are out there right now that we just want to check in on. And I try to look to see about Tucker. I want to tell you what's going on with Tucker. If you guys haven't heard what's going on with Tucker right now, but first, let's because Candace was mentioned earlier as the disgraced podcaster, right? Who's calling out Israel. Let's find out what she back in October. Candace made sure everybody knew that she was not suicidal.
She was the first one to start this.
She was the first one. Yeah. All right. Hold on. Let me just grab this one. Here we go. Okay. Oh, this is what happens when we when we don't grab the cliff and we rely on internet. Let's see.
In this that are very is we are looking at a program, and we're going to speak more about that because you have to understand it is dangerous what's happening right now. It's a dangerous game, and we're playing with dangerous people. And if it ever needed to be said, I am certainly not suicidal. I'm angry. I'm angry at people that are homicidal is really what's happening, and enough is enough. And if we are not brave enough to speak out, if we are not brave enough to take that action to begin something as minor as homeschooling our kids, getting out of their system entirely, then our children are going to inherit a world in which the truly evil people have completely wrapped everything, right? They have wrapped everything and they control everything.
It's worse, Candace. Our children aren't going to inherit that world. We already live in it, but yeah, and then they will inherit it too. But
and Candace is definitely not someone who I would think would be at risk, to be completely honest with you, because she's married into, like a lot of those secret societies. Her husband is part of the Bowling Don Club. Her father-in-law is part of the council for, I believe it's called the Council of Christians and Jews over in the UK, which encourages, Holocaust education. So they're a bridge, between the Christian and Jewish community over there. So I don't honestly believe that Candace is at, any risk, but I do believe that people who aren't in those circles and part of that controlled message, maybe. But, as far as Candace goes, I really don't think she's in any form of risk. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Well, let's look over at what's happening with Tucker right now, because I don't know if he ever officially said I'm not suicidal, but we know that he just recently took a trip to Israel. The intention was to sit down with Mike Huckabee, and he decided that he wanted to do it at the airport and then leave. And so he put that out there that he was going to do the interview and leave. This is what, unfortunately, what ended up happening, which he knew would happen. Breaking: Tucker Carlson has been detained in Israel. Shortly after the interview with Mike Huckabee in the Tel Aviv airport, Israeli officials confiscated his passport and hauled off his executive producer to an interrogation room. Tucker says the men who identified themselves as airport security took our passports, hauled the executive producer into a side room, and then demanded to know what we spoke to Huckabee about. It was bizarre. Now we're out of the country. So to be clear, he's out. He came back. He's done. Two sources familiar with the matter said the Israeli government initially did not want to allow Carlson into the country, prompting a delicate negotiation involving the State Department. They eventually decided to not bar Carlson from entering the country to avoid a diplomatic incident, according to a Channel 13 report. Now there has been people trying to spin this and say, what the hell is Tucker hanging out in the airport? Why is he trying to not leave the airport if he's claiming to be about getting the story? Hold on, let me grab the other one. Okay.
Yeah, and just so people are aware, from what I understand, Tucker has implied that he's a little bit scared for his safety if he goes, wandering out into the country. So, for them to pretend like they don't know who he is and ask him what he's doing in Israel for entering the country. I mean, why are we giving these people all this money because they quote unquote support Western values over there in the Middle East if they don't allow free speech? Like, I thought that was like what we founded this country on over here in America, the ability to criticize our own government, let alone the ability to criticize other people's governments. Like, if we're just criticizing a government, that's just free speech. And we're supposed to be supporting them because, they represent our values over there. That doesn't sound like American values to me.
There were people saying before the trip that he was a coward because he didn't want to leave Israel airport, which coward. Clearly, this was people trying to spin it, saying, oh, so clearly he doesn't care about checking out and investigating Israel and seeing it for himself. He just wants to get in and out. But Vish Burrup says,
but he's been there before. It's not like Tucker has never been there before. It's just that he wasn't as critical then as he is now. So, clearly, if you look at their record of killing journalists, like in Israel, like he has reason to, journalists, I should say, have reason to think twice and to make sure they're careful when they're over there. Now, honestly, do I think Tucker's at risk? No, but you never know. It's just my opinion.
Yeah. So, they're saying, okay, he's not, Tucker is not suicidal. That's why he won't leave the airport in Israel. It's a smart move. And look what happened. They ended up interrogating him for sure. Here's another take on this one. So it is not accurate that Israel only was going to let Tucker into the country for the interview. The only engagement the embassy had with Israel about the visit was to coordinate his private plane landing as part of facilitating a seamless visit. It was Tucker who chose to only come into the country for a few hours and depart, and Tucker received the same positive treatment of any visitors to Israel. Obviously, that's not true. Nobody else Nobody else gets treated like this randomly. It's not a random. You've been selected randomly for a pat down, sir, for an additional pat down. Yeah, right. So
an interrogation, not just a pat down.
Right,
So.
but that's what they're trying to spin it like. Oh, what
Yeah.
they talked to you for a second. That's not detaining. No, that is detaining because you can't refuse that. That's so people understand what detaining means. They say, "Sir, come with us." What if I said no? You can't say no. You're being detained. That's what detaining is. So we had a lot of people say, "Oh no, you guys are blowing it out of proportion." No, that's what happened. Now he's out of there. He's okay, but he was smart. That was the right move to do that interview in the airport, not leave. It was a correct move on his part. So yeah, let's look at. I know we checked out. Oh yeah, this is one of those people. I was looking for this one. This is this is one of the people. Actually, we have a clip here. Let's see. This is how they covered it here on I-24, our favorite news network, guys. Check this out.
I think the sound's off.
Oh, you can hear it?
I can't hear it. Jeez,
I has it on full volume. I'm telling you, this is the last time I'm going to make sure we grab these clips because this is weird when we play it right from Twitter. Can you hear this? No?
I can't. I don't know if the viewers can or not, but I can't hear it.
Okay, well, I'll sum it up. He's saying that Tucker ignored him and Tucker's, playing games and he's not being honest and blah, blah, blah. So that's their little spit. I mean, so just to be clear, that's what they're saying. They're trying to smear him for this decision, but clearly he was right about that decision. So there you go. And he clearly is not suicidal either.
I mean, Israel has murdered hundreds of journalists, for covering Palestine. So, if a journalist wants to go to get the real story, then to get the real story, you have to go to both sides. You can't just go to Israel. You also have to go to Palestine. You have to talk to people on each side. And the moment that you step foot into Palestine, your life is going to be at risk. So I don't think they would probably murder him, inside Israel. But if he's only going there to go to Israel, then you're only going to get one side of the story. So,
okay. All right. Let's move on to the Thomas Massie topic because you brought this to my attention, Jay, and I don't know if people are aware, but I guess this kind of changes everything when we look at Thomas Massie. We kind of consider him, as one of the very, very few people going to work.
We did a segment calling him the inside man.
Yeah, we literally
last time. So
the inside man. Oh, so we got to, and we're not apologizing for that segment. You guys can go back and watch it. But like we always say to you guys on the show, when new information comes up, we look at it and it might change our opinion. We might want to look back at something and reassess. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what we live for, doing that. So I'm actually interested in this big time. So Jay, walk us through, what have we learned about Thomas Massie in the last 48 hours, I guess?
Yeah, so I'll summarize it, but the clips you guys are about to see, we're going to go into more detail on each of these points. But we know he's indirectly funded by Peter Thiel. We know he's indirectly and directly funded by rabid Zionists, a guy named Jeffrey Yass, who's one of the biggest donors to the IDF. We know that he is part of a Freemason-linked organization called the Order of Molay. And we know now that he was previously endorsing a candidate running for governor of Texas at the time, who's now running for comptroller, by the name of Huffines, Don Huffines. And Don Huffines is the new owner of Zorro Ranch, which was one of Epstein's properties, where people actually think that there are dead girls buried, to this day, where they did organ harvesting and all kinds of crazy stuff. And the owner apparently has been blocking investigations, into Zorro Ranch. And then, what we found out was one of the gentlemen who had been hosting Twitter Spaces with Thomas Massie. His name is Diligent Denizen, I believe. And he had Thomas Massie come onto these spaces to interact with the public. So he had a direct personal relationship with Thomas Massie. So essentially, he asked Thomas Massie about this guy, Huff Hines, who he had that relationship with. And, his response seems to have been, "You're barking up the wrong tree," according to Diligent Denizen. And Diligent Denizen was a huge supporter of Thomas Massie up until this point. So for him to turn around and say that, it's out of character. It's not like he's a guy on the left. He's always been a libertarian, like focused guy, the Diligent Denizen guy. So for him to come out and, critique Thomas Massie like this, I do think, it's a big deal, and it lends to the credibility, of the accusation. So I'm not to the point where I'm going to say, forget Thomas Massie, let's write him off and all of his efforts. But I am at the point where I now have to, ask, are you a Bernie Sanders of the right? Like, are you a Bernie Sanders of the libertarian movement? Is it your job to be the controlled opposition, to, make people think you're a fighter for the people while you're still actually protecting some of the people who are carrying on, Epstein's legacy? Are you leading the limited hangout? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's start with the first link. This is where we're looking at the money, right? Always follow the money.
No, that's the link to the Freemason organization. So the Order of Mole was founded, by a Freemason, and it's just so everyone knows, the name comes from Jacques de Molay, which he was the head of the Knights Templar, which, in my opinion, was the driving force behind the founding of Switzerland, which was founded the year that the Knights Templar lost control of the Holy Land. So this is why I personally believe it's not really Israel at the top who's pulling the strings. I think they're the front men for a larger organization that the Knights Templar plays a major role in. And the Freemasons, which is the organization we hear a lot more about today, they actually lead directly back, to the Knights Templar that was forced to go underground, when they were quote unquote outlawed by the church. So,
okay.
And fun fact, just so everyone knows, the Swiss Guard guards the Pope. So if Switzerland is controlled by Knights Templars and they are in charge of security of the head of the Catholic Church, I think that's something, we need to consider. So long story short, Thomas Massie has been part of this organization that was founded by Freemasons for a long time. That he's been getting shout outs from them for a very long time. So have they been grooming him to become this controlled opposition for a long time? I think it's a fair question that we need to ask. And this next picture you're seeing, there's a lot of red circles and red lines, but if you go down to, what it essentially shows is that Thomas Massie has received hundreds of thousands of dollars from this organization called Club for Growth, which is, a libertarian organization. And the biggest donor to this organization is Peter Thiel. And another major donor to the organization is Jeffrey Yass, Y-A-S-S. And not only has Jeffrey Yass, donated to the Club of Growth, he's also maxed out on his personal donations directly to Thomas Massie. So,
oh my God, he also did Rand Paul.
Yes, and Rand Paul.
Oh man.
And the question now becomes, why is he funding Thomas Massie and also funding the Likud party? Because he's been personally tied to the rise of Netanyahu, like over in Israel. So this is why I say, of course we have to talk about Zionism. Of course we have to address Zionist power and the genocide that's happening in Gaza. But I still think that we have to realize there are bigger forces at play, and Zionism is probably just one of their tools.
You did reply to this. Yeah, Yas helped fund the movement to put Netanyahu in power, and he, along with Peter Thiel, has also donated tens of millions to Club for Growth, super PAC. Massie has received nearly $150,000 from Club Club for Growth and over 30K from Yas and his firm. It's interesting connection. Why wouldn't he turn that down? What would happen if he turned it down? So all these questions start coming up, and we're discovering this now. But we're going to get to the next one here.
Yeah, and really quick, let me just add, right? You know, I believe that the First Amendment, the Second Amendment are great, amendments. And the truth is, Freemasons had a lot to do with the founding of this country. We were in a worse position before we went independent. So I'm not saying anything any Freemason does is always going to be bad. And I'm not saying that all Freemasons are bad people, but I'm just saying, I think they need to start broadcasting their goddamn meetings because I want to know what they're talking about and what their plans are. And I'm not a fan of secret societies. And that's what JFK told us was the problem shortly before he got shot in the head. So I want to know what's going on back there.
Okay. Well, let's look at, you mentioned diligent denizen. And so let's see what happened to this side, but it looks like So you want to read this one here? This is
So Don Huffines' company scrub. Oh no, sorry. Let's go to the one before this one. So I just put a link before that. That's his own description of what happened. But in that tweet, he's now describing how all the links between Thomas Massie and Huffines are being scrubbed from the internet. But he actually described, the interaction himself. I don't know if you want to play that or not, but it's a short clip, probably about 1:30, where he describes in his own words the interaction with Thomas Massie about Huffines. So
I don't know which clip is
you
it.
don't have it.
No,
don't worry about it.
Can you just do a little just kind of grab it or put so I can see your cursor on it?
It says Massie has selective outrage on Epstein Associates. There you go. So that's the one right there. But and scrubbing of the internet. So if you scroll down, you'll see there's a couple videos at the end of that. Play the first one. There we go.
Can you hear it?
I cannot. So we'll need to download them next time. So
no, I can try it again. Hold on. I think there was a StreamYard did a little notice earlier. So let me just reset that one more time because they say, oh, you lost sound. So they're having a problem on here but they'll say it if you lost sound. So I just try it again. Okay, let's see. We'll try it a second time here. Hold on. Okay, we'll do a test. You hear it? No?
I don't hear anything right now.
You don't hear it right now. That's unfortunate. Okay.
Well, again, just to summarize, and you guys can go to my Twitter if you want to see watch the videos for yourself to back up what I'm saying. But he was essentially in a space, and that's one thing I like about Twitter Spaces. Anyone can come on stage and interact with the host and ask more questions and comment below it. So it's an interactive experience, and he was being pressed on it, by people who largely identify as libertarians. There was nobody in this space that wanted to believe that Thomas Massie is a bad guy, and you can hear the disappointment from everybody in the room as they realize that Thomas Massie may be, in charge of the limited hangout, cover up of this Epstein operation. But long story short, the exact quote from Thomas Massie apparently was, when asked about his relationship with Don Huffines and about Don Huffines' relationship with Epstein, was, quote, "You're barking up the wrong tree." Now, when I hear you're barking up the wrong tree, that raises a lot of red flags for me, because you could have said, oh no, you have the wrong idea about Huffines. Huffines and Epstein's relationship wasn't really like that, and I'm going to connect you two so, you can ask him about it, or I'll see if I can get him for an interview for you. There's plenty of ways you could have handled, a question like that. But apparently the response that this guy who has a relationship with Massie, who's a big supporter of Massie, the response he got was, "You're barking up the wrong tree." And then since that interaction, you know, the next clip, which was the tweet you originally pulled up, that is Diligent Denizen, you know, going through essentially a screen recording showing how all the previous interviews that Thomas Massie had with him, all the previous endorsements that Thomas Massie was doing for him are now being scrubbed from the internet because I guess they want to separate Thomas Massie from this Don Huffines guy. So, you know, and yeah, just to read it so everyone can hear it. So it says, Don Huffines company scrubbing websites in wake of Zorro Ranch ownership revelation. It appears they are trying to scrub Russell Huffines links to Trammell Crow Jr., who Russell used to work with. Crow is currently facing a class action sex trafficking lawsuit with over 100 victims. They also scrubbed a conversation between U.S. Rep. Thomas Massie and Don Huffines, who endorsed Don that year. If everything is on the up and up with Huffines, why the scrub?
Man, okay. Let me see if this will play here. Hold on. Give me. If not, I guess we gave it a shot here. Hold on. Let's see. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I hear it now.
Okay, great. I guess we fixed that. Oh, here we go. So it's saying the page can't be found. Sorry.
It's going through the archived version versus the current version.
Yeah. And he got not just shut down by Massie, he got unfollowed as well.
So the relationship is now ended because he barked up the wrong tree. So that raises big questions for me. So again, this isn't to say everyone who's a Freemason can't be trusted as a bad guy doing illegal stuff. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that that seems to be a common factor in a lot of bad things that go on in the world. So just like how I don't believe every Jew is bad, I don't believe every Freemason is bad. But I have questions about the top levels of all religions, Judaism, Catholicism, and I have questions about Freemasonry too.
But Freemason is a you sign up for it. Are you saying that are there good? You're saying there's good Freemasons, but are there good sectors like factions that are good and factions that are bad?
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what's going on in the organization. All I know is I don't want it to seem like I'm encouraging people to like hate all Freemasons. All I'm encouraging people to do is to ask for more transparency from the organization and to do what they just did in London. Like, do you know, like Matt, they just passed the law in London that any member of the police force who's a Freemason has to declare themselves, and the Freemasons push back against that law. And do you know what the reasoning they used to push back against the law was? Take a guess. What do you think they used?
Privacy of some religion, privacy of some sort, right?
Exactly. They said, oh no, this is religious liberty you guys are infringing on. But if you look at what the Freemason organization says, it specifically says, oh no, it's not a religion. It's just a club where people get together to do philanthropic things and to talk about how to advance society. Like, this is what they tell the public. But then when people say you have to declare your affiliations, they say, oh no, it's a religious organization.
Okay. So you're kind of making my point. My pushback to what you're saying, not that I'm not saying I disagree with what you're saying. I'm saying it's the wrong, I think it's the wrong conversation to have, that you're worried that people are hating too much. That's like saying, hey, you know what? All those guys in the WHO, I just want to be clear when we tell you about their crimes and the CDC crimes and all these crimes, I just want to be careful that nobody hates them too much.
Why are we talking diplomatic?
Jay, please, why are we talking about hate right now? That's what the ADL does. That's their job. Why do we have to spend our valuable time? Because we're only on air for 4 or 5 hours at a time, guys. But like, why should we spend any of that time talking about our fear that people are hating too much versus let's get to the bottom of shit? I don't know why because I feel like they're getting a little tiny win every time we have to look into the camera and tell our audience, Just to be clear, we're not anti-Semitic. Just to be clear, we don't like, in case anybody was confused, after 3 effing years of genocide, just in case you were confused, we're not saying that we don't like Jews. We don't like Israel and their barbaric colonization and apartheid state and genocide state. I just want to be absolutely clear. Why do we have to effing be absolutely clear all the freaking time, Jay? I'm serious. A serious question.
I would say because we have to recognize, like what we're dealing with. That's the only thing, that's my honest answer to you there, Matt, because JFK told us before he died that we are opposed around the world by secret societies, secret oaths, secret pledges. And then, he got shot in the head, like a couple of weeks after that. So listen, my only point is there's always compartmentalization, right? In most of these organizations, they only let you know things on a need to know basis. So the average, I would honestly guess that the average Freemason probably doesn't know much about what's going on, because they do have 33 levels of Freemasonry. Like, it is a tiered organization, and every time you go up a level, you were introduced to more information. So in all likelihood, the average person at the bottom doesn't know much about it. And they just know their friend invited them to join this club. They said, if I join this club, I'm going to start getting good jobs and good opportunities. So I joined the club. So I would assume that the people at the bottom honestly are not that involved and that knowledgeable, but I don't know that. You know why I don't know that, Matt? Because it's all secret. So I'm just trying to approach it from a politically correct way. I'm doing my best to be political. I got to be the balance, Matt. I get be like, I'm trying to bring balance to it. That's
all. Good cop, bad cop. But for me, I'm just saying, look, the amount of time we spent on that, and like, look, we could also argue there's Israelis that, I know a few that live there. They have no idea that there's a genocide going on 3 feet away from them. They have no clue. They have no clue.
I'm not going to lie. With Israel, it's a lot harder for me to have that level of sympathy, because when I saw the stat that over 60% of them, believe that Palestinians should be treated like Amalek, that tells me that they are severely radicalized society. And that means they think they should be eliminated. 60% of Israel thinks every man, woman, and child should be eliminated. That is scary.
I'm trying to be consistent. Let's apply your philosophy on Freemasons. We'll apply it to Israel. Just because they're at 60% doesn't mean it's not, like you said, Freemasons, more like 10%, 20 that know how bad it is. Yeah. So what? We'll go with the other 40 that don't know. Why not? Why don't we just say every time, hey, just so you guys know, there's Israelis that live there. 40% of them don't actually feel these things. I just thought you should know that every time we talk about it, we want you to know that it's not 100%, that if they had a button handed to them, not 100% of them would press it and blow up every effing Palestinian.
And honestly, we want the ones at the bottom to expose what's actually going on and to share what they know. We want the Israelis to come back to sanity. We want the Freemasons to, start coming forward.
But they're not, because their job is to sit in place, and that's how cult mentality works. You sit in place, you don't ask questions. How many Democrats came up and said during Biden's administration, said this is bullshit. The entire party is captured. Ukraine war is a proxy war. COVID is bullshit. We have censorship problems. Now we're writing a blank check to Netanyahu by Democrats that are doing that. Nobody did that. Why do you think any Freemason who doesn't know anything is gonna have anything to say? Just like the small amount of Israelis that have no idea what's going on are also not going to say. So you call them the good ones. But look, that's up for debate. Hopefully we can push a few to do it, but probably not. Again, why should we spend our valuable time telling everyone all these disclaimers? I got one. We should just say, just so everybody knows, one more disclaimer for you. We can't stand those MAGAs, but I got to say, just because I can't stand a MAGA, I don't want everyone to think that I hate all white people. I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear disclaimer, in case you thought I was a hater of white people, I needed to tell you that. And look how much time it took me to tell you that when I could have been talking about what MAGAs are
I
actually
get you.
doing.
And your feelings are perfectly valid, Matt. I accept that. It's just, I'm trying my best to just add balance to the conversation because, we're on a public platform. But, in reality, in a private conversation, I probably wouldn't be taking that same, kind of time. So,
yeah. Okay. You want to give this one last shot on this video? Because I know we had an issue on the tech. Because I know
the space diligent denizen. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, this is the one. Let's just see it. We'll either hear it or we won't. But I figured it was worth one more try. Okay, here it is.
I'm getting serious backlash from talking about this, dude. Fucking, I mean, even Massie. Like I pointed out that this guy owns Oro Ranch. And Massie's like, I'm not touching it. I'm like, it was actually way worse than that. Like I was like fucking, my jaw hit the floor. The response that I got from Massie when I showed him who owned the ranch made my heart sink to my stomach. Seriously.
Yeah, I was on last night. I heard it. Have you talked to him since?
I sent him a peace offering or an olive branch. No, I don't expect him to. He is an avid supporter of this guy. Avid. I mean, he has endorsed him. He has video endorsements of him. He has received numerous donations from him and his companies. Actually, the max personal donations and the max commercial donations Massie's received from this guy. I don't expect any help from him. As a matter of fact, because I'm doing this, he doesn't even want to be associated with me. Right? He fucking unfollowed me for covering the story last night.
Yeah.
Wow.
And at one point, he had gave that exact quote, you're barking up the wrong tree in one of the other videos. But yeah, long story short, it says something that he's willing to sever a relationship, over that question. So I think it's something we need to pay attention to. Now, again, like, don't forget, guys, like they always tell you a lot of truth to gain your trust. So this doesn't mean that we dismiss everything that Thomas Massie is saying. It just means we also to what he's not saying and what he intentionally leaves out. So, like, is he fighting for more truth on this issue than Trump is? Yes. And I'll give him credit for that. But that doesn't mean I trust the guy. And it doesn't mean I expect full justice to happen if he was to become president. And, I'm, to be honest with you, Matt, I'm kind of getting the feel to be AOC versus Thomas Massie 2028.
Oh my God, really?
That's what I think.
I mean, she's definitely gearing up the pro-NATO speeches right now. Oh my God. What a bizarro world that would be. The anti-war versus the pro-war. Oof. Okay. Yep. We'll see what I have a theory that they might get JD Vance in there before we get to 2028, and it might change everything.
That's true.
The way you do that is you have Trump kind of take that fall at some point, not right now, not next week, but soon, at some point by the halfway mark, you have Trump take a fall.
He has to start the Iran war first, and then after he starts the Iran war, which is going to be massively unpopular, they have to find a way to keep us engaged in the system. And personally, I just don't know if JD Vance does that, but I do believe that Thomas Massie does that. I believe Thomas Massie will give a lot of people hope if he was to run for president. So I could be wrong, but I think it's something we should because maybe he could be the anti-establishment guy.
No. I think you hit it on the nose when you made the comparison to Bernie. He is the hope, but they will not actually let that fake character in.
Maybe, yeah.
Because they want you to think we were so close. Just vote harder next time. We'll get back to the stuff.
That's true.
Right? They make you excited, and then you sheep herd you right back in.
Well, that's the pattern. Yeah. That's the pattern which you just described, and then Thomas Massie would then throw his weight behind JD Vance and say, well, it's either you vote for JD Vance or we get AOC. So that would be the pattern. You're right. So
I do think that, and JD Vance would be already installed. I think they would get rid of Trump. I think JD Vance will be in play. I think they have a fake ass primary like we've seen with Bernie on the other side, and then you have to gather around JD and stop the AOC radical left, who's all of a sudden, I mean, not all of a sudden, they've been pro NATO, right? For the last, I mean, so by then it'll be like 10 years of this shit, 12, 14 years of NATO, like, right?
That's
so
true.
So there you go. Yeah. Clip this, guys, because we might be onto something here. Yeah, check back in a year or two on this one.
AOCIA, we got a lot to hear from her in the next few years. So let's see.
Well, let's see. All right, we'll move on to the next one, but we do have just a few YouTube super chats coming in. I missed this one earlier, but we appreciate it. Thank you, Deep Green VO. Blatantly lie until you die. The PDF class #1 move. Yeah, of course, double down. You always double down. You never admit to anything.
And then go on the offense like Elon Musk. I want all the files released. Just put it all out there. That's what him and Bill Clinton are doing.
Hillary, she just loves that. Yeah. I'm all for transparency. Let's go. Come on. Yeah. Hey, Hillary. I got one word for you. It's called frazzle drip. I'm just saying. I just made it up. It's just it was my Wheel of Fortune. I couldn't get it. We guessed all the letters. It never came up. Oh well. All right. So one from Citizen. We really appreciate you, Citizen, always. What sparked it? Trump on video demands our evolution. I'm not. Do you know what this reference? This came in about 45 minutes ago. We were in the middle of something. I don't know the references. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to type in a little bit to clarify that, but we do appreciate it. I don't know the reference. I'm sorry, but appreciate always appreciate the support, Citizen. Unless did I forget something, Jay? Do you know what that?
I don't know specifically what he was talking about. I don't think we played a Trump clip while I was on, so maybe that was on something you did before I popped on. So
no, I don't think I did a Trump clip either. Well, whatever. We'll figure it out. He'll probably chime in again. Okay, let's move on. It looks like, speaking of, since he brought it up, I think it's time we look at a little bit about what's happening with Trump, his poll numbers, his relationship with MAGA, his relationship to Israel, and all of his association with the Epstein files. It's an interesting juxtaposition that's going on with Donald Trump right now. I guess you could say his popularity is dropping here, but raising in Israel. All while he protects Israel, obviously, and somehow maneuvers around all the Epstein stuff. So it's all very bizarre. But let's start with this from Megatron. I'm trying to get faster with the shared screens. Here we go. This is from Megatron. Okay. So we have breaking Epstein documents mentioning Trump's name continue to disappear. Imagine that. Another 71 Epstein files with the word Trump have been deleted from the DOJ website. We're now down from 5,300 to 4,700. Almost 650 files are gone. And this is in real time. This isn't like the final number. This is happening. You guys can check it. We've done this check. Last week we did the check in real time. We were checking on the Rothschilds. Those were slowly disappearing. Let's see. Yeah, this is where you type it in. So you guys can go do this on your own. See the number. It's not, the number keeps changing and it's only going in one direction and it's not up. So we know how this works. I don't know why they are caring to do this right now. I don't think it's a matter of bringing the number count down. I think it's about very specific ones they need to get out. That's what I think they're looking closer. Right, Jay? Because I just think that, like, in order to get 3 million files out, you must have relied on AI. And a lot of times, or even if somebody did oversee it, you're going to make some mistakes, right? You're gonna oopsie, let some stuff out there. You want to draw, walk it back a bit. So I think that's what's happening. But you're not going to bring down that count so far that it's going to make him look innocent, right?
I mean, the more they do it, the more it just makes him look guilty, because it's like, why are you removing stuff? And it's going to make people want to go back and look at exactly what was removed. And like, I just don't understand, because there are websites that archive like the entire internet. So we'll be able to go back and see like what was up there. So anything that's put on the internet, like lives forever in one way, shape, or another. So I just don't understand why they think this would be productive. Although I guess, the most the most benefit it could give them is the fact that maybe they could say it's fake now when people go to uncover documents that were already removed. But if it's timestamped properly and it's preserved properly, I feel like that objection can be overcome. But my guess is that'll be the play. Anything that's not on the website is a fake document. So when you type it into AI, is this document real? AI will tell you, no, that document's a fake, even though it was real and it was punched up at that point in time. So, maybe it's a way to try to cover things up for people who don't want to dig, deeper. So
yeah,
that would be my guess.
Let's look at the approval ratings. As we said, they've been just dropping as low as ever here. This is what it looks like in Israel, and I think this is this is important, that you're looking at the right, whatever the right even means in Israel. I feel like they're all right, but whatever. Of course, what are we here? I mean, what are we even talking about, right and left? But the point is, they divided into two groups. You got the whatever self-identifying conservatives, 92%, and even if you add those together, you're looking at a 73%. That's absolutely insane. I was trying to see if we could find previous presidents. I mean, there's no way Biden or anybody before that is even close to this.
Nope.
What is going on? And this is a recent spike. This isn't just when he got into office. This is like how he's handling Epstein. Is this what that is? This is how he's handling Epstein.
I think it's that and him standing up to Iran, but I think that's like I don't know where they're getting that 73% number from, because according to the latest numbers I saw, because I was in a debate about this in the space the other day recently, someone was telling me that they think that when Netanyahu is gone, we're going to get a left-wing government elected in Israel to try to kind of revive their image. But when you type into Google and you look at the actual polls, less than 15% of the Israeli population identify as either moderately or hard liberal. So that means they're all centrist and right wings. And what they call centrist is still genocide in Gaza. So so I don't understand how some people believe there will be a left-wing government after, but it just tells you a little bit more about the mindset of the people that are there, because I feel like most Jews who don't agree with what's going on in Gaza probably wouldn't be in Israel. Like at this point, they probably would have left. So my guess is most of the people there do agree with what's happening. So if they are that bloodthirsty that they approve of what's happening in Palestine, then obviously they're going to cheer on Trump, as Trump is saber rattling with Iran right now. And that's exactly what is happening. The rhetoric with Iran is escalating. In Israel, they've been told Iran is your biggest enemy after the Palestinians, but they're obviously a lot more powerful than the Palestinians. So the fact that they see Trump taking it this far, that's what's driving these poll numbers, which is the exact opposite of what we want here in America, because we know what the consequences are of forever wars. We'll feel it in our pocketbooks, but they're not going to feel it in Israel. So they approve of Trump wasting our money, killing our young men, killing our soldiers, and devastating our military to benefit them. So his numbers are plummeting for us, and they're skyrocketing for Israel, because the policies he support benefit the state of Israel, or they think it'll benefit the state of Israel, but it really benefits the elites at the top of the world and the secret societies who are profiting off this division, in my opinion. So, and if you go to the tweet that I'm getting that from, the tweet being quoted right underneath that also shows, right underneath that, it shows Trump's approval rating over here in America, the one from Dominic right there. You'll see he's at -19 in Quinnipiac, which will put him at, an approval rating of, what is that, 29%, -24. I'm sorry, -26 over there. So 24, according to some people. 30 according to some people. So it seems like he's approaching the 30% like approval rating mark in America, while he's at 70% like in Israel. So it's the polar opposite.
So this is, yeah. So we have, the Hill is saying the Gallup will no longer measure presidential approval after 88 years. That's interesting timing. Well, Trump's approval rate, I guess, like you're saying, we're dropping to 29. And now they're going to stop measuring it. Man, I used to think that was because they were trying to stop Trump, but now it's like, it's so obvious. Of course you stop doing the Gallup poll. That gets people thinking again, they're back to the whole left versus right. You're trying to stop this and you're against him and you're not, and we have to call it out. It's like, look, the point is, it's not his whole thing, his whole MAGA thing is not working. That's the point. It's not working. We have the numbers to prove it. And now you're going to pretend like you don't want people to know it or and play it on each other. But that's, so interesting. I don't believe there's ever been a time in our history where you had this discrepancy between your hometown approval and any other foreign country besides the one you're president for. I can't imagine this has ever happened before like this.
No. And, at the end of the day, I hope people realize that when they say that our interests are aligned with Israel, it's just not true. And the truth is, the people living in Israel don't even realize that they're advocating for their own suicide. Because, even if America goes in full force with Iran, unless they have some Venezuela type trick up their sleeve, which I guess can't be completely ruled out, I just don't think it's going to happen, because it seems like Iran has more discipline and a stronger structure than what we saw in Venezuela. But unless something like that happens, like the amount of firepower that Iran has and what they showed during the 12-day war last year, Israel is going to get clobbered. Like our military bases are going to get clobbered. We cannot shoot down the hypersonic missiles. So they can puff their chest out and scream all they want, but they're going to get hit hard. And, if you want to be able to continue to defend yourself, unless you think Iran is your only problem in the region, which they're not, they're going to destroy your defenses. What happens if Iran launches hypersonic missiles at all of Israel's missile interceptors? That means all the other people who have problems with Israel right now, they're going to be able to hit them. Like the Houthis over in Yemen, Hezbollah over in South Lebanon, they have smaller cruise missiles that can be shot down right now. But if Iran takes out the missile interceptors, that now means all these other groups will be able to hit Israel too, and not just Iran. So I don't understand, the only way that it can wind up being beneficial for Israel in the long run is if America commits to going 100%, put troops on the ground, destroy the whole country, occupy the country, balkanize it, break it up. That's the only way that you could argue that it could be beneficial for Israel in the long run. And I don't think Trump is ready to commit to that. I think what's going to happen is they're going to try the decapitation strikes, and it's just going to backfire and go terribly. So, but if we do go 100%, then honestly, it could be very bad for Iran too. And it's going to be bad for them either way. I don't want to downplay what they're facing, but obviously, if we go 100%, that'll be worse for Iran for sure.
So we'll get more into the Iran happenings in a little bit. I just want to.
Sorry, I skipped ahead there.
No, it's all good. I just want to look at some of the other Epstein file protections going on. You guys know that we had Prince Andrew arrested in UK, but here you don't have people being arrested. You don't have Les Wexner being arrested. You have as we just showed you, the files just keep disappearing. They're out and then they're gone. I know we can get to them. We know people grab this. There's the whole thing we showed you guys. You can go to Jmail. There's a whole thing set up Jmail. You can actually go to all the emails. So it doesn't really matter that DOJ is doing that. And I think, Jay, I agree with you about that they're not actually looking good at all doing this, that the files keep disappearing. It's like they don't even care. It feels like they're just playing a game. And then we saw this, and this was so concerning to me because I'm like, they really don't give an F they really don't give enough that they just took out the entire time span of 9/11. It's just a complete, is it a coincidence? The DOJ has completely withheld all Epstein documents. Every single document is non-existent immediately before, during, and after 9/11. Would you?
They didn't even put those out, so they never even released those, as if that wasn't going to raise some questions.
Yeah, and we can obviously see it. It's right here. I mean, this is, no one's going to challenge this and say, well, no, here they are. They're just going to ignore it. That's the point. But we can see all of a sudden the files disappear. How insane. And then we know that the money trail, which goes straight through Les Wexner, who should be behind bars right now. We know all of his financing was connected to this guy. What about the financing from the Pentagon? Where's all that? So the whole thing, we know Rumsfeld telling us on the day before 9/11, the Pentagon just failed at $2 trillion gone. You think there might be some back and forth communication about that on September 10th? Probably. I would say that's some good stuff right there. Let alone how to coordinate 9/11. Just the money part of it. Where did that go? What happened? What was it spent on? Pentagon lost $2 trillion. We'd like to know if Epstein and his gang had any dialogue about that. We'll never see it. It's probably been eliminated. We'll never, ever see it. Okay, so there's that. We'll see what else. Well, okay. So 9/11 comes up in topic, and we're talking, who else comes into play? Howard Lutnick, right? So what do we know about Howard Lutnick?
For those who don't know, I think the video is about to explain it. Never mind. Go ahead. So
okay. Well, let me just go ahead and switch screen, and hopefully we don't have this issue. Might have to reload it, but let's give it a shot here. So this is Howard Lutnick, who can't stop squirming, laughing, whatever you want to call it. He doesn't seem okay while Trump is describing the old story about Howard Lutnick barely surviving 9/11 back in the day. Here we go. Tell me if you can hear this. If not, I'll reset it.
I mean, he literally watched the plane go into the building, go into the World Trade.
Just turn the volume up.
Amazing story. That alone is an amazing story. It was delayed because his wife insisted that.
Let me start it over now that we know. Okay, here we go.
I mean, he literally watched the plane go into the building, go into the World Trade Center. Amazing story. That alone is an amazing story. It was delayed because his wife insisted that he finally, after years, take his child to school. So he took his child to school.
Are you guys seeing the laughing? What the hell is going on? What the hell?
That one day, because normally he would have been in the building at 6 o'clock in the morning. That's that business, right? So you owe your wife a lot and your child a lot, right? But his wife insisted that he take his child to school. For 5 years, he didn't do it. He was horrible. What kind of a father was he? Okay, I'll do it. And he was therefore driving down at 8:43, whatever the time was, down the West Side Highway, and he saw the plane go into the side of the building. He said, wow. And he occupied the top 3 floors of the World Trade Center, of the one building of the World Trade Center. And you know what happened there? He lost 100% of the people in that, his whole company was there. I mean, he literally.
Wow. Were you not prepared? He was not prepared for this, I suppose.
Nope. Caught him off guard. And, for him to be laughing like that, as, Trump was describing literally one of the most tragic moments, in American history, something that should have been especially tragic for him because, like Trump just said, his whole company was lost. Like, who laughs about that? Like, you're supposed to be like friends with the people you work with, you know them, you have good relationships with them. His whole company was wiped out. He was the only one that survived, and he's laughing about it.
I mean, I don't know whose idea was it for Trump to even tell this story. It makes no sense. The timing, you got the Epstein connection, you got files missing, you got the entire timeline missing from the Epstein. We just showed you guys the 9/11 files missing. Lutnick is on he's like under microscope right now. Trump's under microscope, and you thought it'd be a good idea to tell the story. Not only that, but whoever coached Howard Lutnick thought, yeah, just play it off. Whoever coached him, was it 20? Are we 25 years? We're coming up on 25 years. Whoever coached him 25 years ago did a little better job, But we're going to play that video. If you guys don't know, this is his interview after realizing that everybody was dead and that he happened to not just be there, but he happened to be in the area, even though he was picking up his son or putting his son in school. He happened to be there to witness the whole thing from the outside as he watched everybody die. It seems to me like whoever coached him for this one did a much better job than the one with Trump just now. But it seems like they might have also gotten advice from an Erica Kirk trainer, because there is something a little over dramatic. Well, you guys decide for yourself. You guys decide for yourself. Here we go.
The needs of these young families. Many of your traders were just in their 30s.
We've got the average employee we have is around 33 years old. So they're just married. We have probably a dozen women who are pregnant with babies who just lost their husbands. We've got lots and lots and lots and lots. We must have more than 1,000 children, 1,500 children who've now lost one of their parents, and they've lost the breadwinner that makes all the money. So we are dedicated to raising money for our foundation, which will go to take care of and try to help the victims of this horrible tragedy and try to make their lives a little easier, whether that pays for, health insurance for a long, long time, or gets them some extra money, or makes their lives even this much easier. I mean, that's what we're doing, and that's what we're driving for. And it's called the Cantor Fitzgerald Foundation. And, anyone who can make a donation to it is going to help a lot of people who really, really need it.
And just finally, it was just, the accident of timing and luck on your part that you weren't in the building. And I know some of the other survivors here. How do you feel it must, tear you in so many different directions?
I don't know why I'm alive. I not only I didn't get to the building early enough so that I wasn't in it, but then I stood outside at the door helping people out and telling them to come on, get out, and asking what floor they were on, trying to find the higher and higher floors so that I could hopefully find someone coming down from 101, so that meant our guys and our women had survived. But, I'm standing under the building when the number 2 collapses, and I'm just lucky to be alive, and I don't know why I am, but you know what, I'm just thankful, and it must be because I've got the responsibility to try to do my best for this group of 700 families, and I'm just one of them. I lost my brother, my sister's here. We're just part of the family, and that's my responsibility. And I'm going to do my best. And my fantastic employees at Cantor and eSpeed and TradeSpark, they're doing their best to support these guys, and that's what's driving them. And I think they're heroes. They're really all heroes.
Oh man, he's really about the numbers, right? There was another one of him where he did the fake tears. I thought that was the one, but this is him. He was just kind of going through those numbers, and you could see he was trying to drum up something, and it wasn't working. So he just kept trying to replay it over. I don't know why I'm alive. I don't know. So can we get this? Is just like with Erica Kirk. Are we allowed to guess how we would feel in a situation? Well, it's hard to know how to feel in a situation when you know that person had such an insight to the thing before the thing happened. So what are we even imagining? Are we imagining somebody who randomly just happened to miss work and this happened to, or are we imagining somebody who was part of the construct of what actually happened? And in that case, it would make more sense that you would say, how do I position myself? How do I happen to be not only was I not here, I was at the door at the bottom. So I was like, it's like you missed school, but you still showed up to school. What the hell is that? I stayed home from school, but I'm going to go F around at recess. I don't know what that is, but this is the timing of all this is so bizarre, Jay, that Trump would even go into something like this right now. But I guess maybe we're just back to this whole, they can do whatever the hell they want. And, there's not going to be any consequences, at least not for Trump, at least not right now. And it certainly doesn't look like for Lutnick, anything's going to happen to him either. Not to mention, we keep talking about Les Wexner. Nothing's happening to him either. So we're just, it's just all theater.
Yeah, I mean, and also if you go down into the document, you'll see right underneath that, I had posted a clip, talking about the address. It's not a clip, a picture showing the address of where Howard Lutnick lived, versus Jeffrey Epstein. And they actually both lived on a street called 71st Street over in New York. And one, I believe it was Epstein's address was 9, 71st Street, and Howard Lutnick's address was 11 71st Street. So coincidentally, they both happened to live right next to each other at the time of the World Trade Center's crashing, and that was their address. And for those who don't know, Jeffrey Epstein has long-standing ties to the government of Israel. They were the ones who set up the security in his apartment. We've now seen emails that that solidify that for sure. And Larry Silverstein was personally friends with the Prime Minister of Israel at that particular point in time. He was the guy who owned the World Trade Centers. And for those who don't remember, he happened to take out this gigantic insurance policy on the World Trade Centers literally like 2 months before that thing happened, and he got paid out billions and billions of dollars. Like, it actually tripled his investment, like pretty quickly, like when that happened. So there's a lot of luck that went into people who happen to be connected, to the government of Israel. And I think that's a huge coincidence that the addresses happen to be 9 and 11 71st Street.
Yeah. No, I mean, but like, more than that, more than the coincidence of 9/11, the two of them living next to each other. I mean, it's like, what are we talking about here? Why is Trump celebrating this guy, all these years later when he's sitting there plotting with a guy who now we know plotted everything from COVID to Ukraine to everything. He's like, how can we make this work? What can we do?
I don't know if he necessarily planned everything himself. I think he was one of the guys who helped organize the stuff.
He's the guy you met with. Yeah. He's the guy you met with if you wanted to put something into action, because he had everything you need. So Bill Gates, let's plan this pandemic, preparation. I hope we can pull this off. Let's look at Ukraine for some. We can not just minerals and resources and money and contracts and war contracts, but we also got a nice little supply of organs that will be very valuable too. So it's like, these are the type of things you go to him, right, to plan your things out. And he was very receptive to having these meetings. He loved having meetings with these people. So that's just what it was about, right? Was putting ideas in action. And then they all high-fiving behind the scenes and saying, look at all these suckers out there who think that we have their best interests in mind, which we don't give an F about them the whole time. I'll say this, as far as one more on the 9/11 thing. And it's for us, it's sometimes we miss this part, Jay, because, we've had these conversations. We talk about 9/11 every anniversary. We talk about this. We've had people on, they understand this stuff. The Ryan Christians, the, Jason Burmas, is like, we've had these discussions. We know what's going on there, but there's people who have ignored it, or for whatever reason, haven't looked into it, or have been deflective. And then we see a moment like the Epstein files drop, and we have conversations with Craig Pasta, and we say, hey, this doesn't really change anything. He says, they only showed us what they want us to see. What does that even mean? And I think, well, what about the silver lining that there's people who weren't looking at this? They weren't being curious. They were deflecting people like us this entire time. And now all of a sudden, we're seeing a tipping point where they go, holy shit, everything I thought I knew about 9/11 was wrong. And I have to say something. Guess who just found out that everything they thought they knew about 9/11 was wrong and decided to say something? That would be Cenk Uygur. I no longer believe official 9/11 story. 2 paper passports did not burn and were found on the rubble, but it was so hot, World Trade Center 7 burned down across the street. Nonsense. It's time to look for who gained from 9/11. Our government doesn't work for us. They've been lying the whole time. And he goes on to have to say, my normie friends who will be outraged by this, we have been brainwashed by corporate media our whole lives. Yeah, they said that anything that isn't the government, the official government story, is a conspiracy theory. Only insane people believe, to gaslight you into never questioning the government. So why am I questioning this now? That's obvious. We just found out our government was lying to us for decades about child rape ring inside America, and our government protected the predators instead of the American children. You'll have to be an idiot to trust the U.S. government now. So is that honest? Is that a good thing that Cenk can do this now? I don't know. Does it matter? Or the rest of us already so far ahead, it doesn't really matter. What do you think, Jay? Oh, you got to turn your mute back.
It does, because it increases the pressure on the establishment to actually do something about it and have a real investigation. Because, anyone who really looks at declassified documents over time, it really wouldn't be that much of a conspiracy, because Operation Northwoods, for those who don't know, was presented to JFK, where the CIA officially proposed to blow up American naval ships and aircraft carriers and to kill American soldiers and to bomb Americans in Miami, to blame it on Castro as a pretext to invade Cuba. Yeah. So this is a plan they put down on paper and presented to JFK, which JFK rejected. So if you knew that they were willing to do that back then, and there was not a mass purge of the people who came up with this idea back then, and the organization has continued on largely untouched, then you should know that that plan, those types of people haven't gone away. Like they've been getting promoted. They brought in more people with the same mindset, and they've gone about different ways of creating these plans where they probably don't even need the permission like of the president to carry out most of the things that they want to do. They'll just do it. Yeah. They'll just do it, put it under black ops, under the profits they've made from selling drugs all these years, and no one's ever going to find out, or it'll be harder to find out what they actually did. So so if you look at history, it really shouldn't be that surprising. But as Cenk pointed out there, a lot of normies don't really take the time to investigate that, because it's just not their immediate concern, and everyone wants to believe, oh, the government isn't perfect, but they want to do the right thing. They don't want to hurt us. They want to protect us, but sometimes they're not so good, and sometimes they make mistakes, and sometimes they're a little corrupt, but deep down, they really want to do what's right. So we just got to trust them and go on with our lives. So all these emails are kind of showing us that that's not the case. If they're willing to eat the intestines of little babies and to torture kids and send videos back and forth of them doing it and talk about how much they love the torture videos of little children, I mean, it shows you that we are being run by psychopaths at the moment.
Yeah. And I just want to respond to this comment. Jungle Jerry, was there an apology in there, or did I miss it? No, that certainly was not an apology. And let's be clear on this. And I do agree with you, Jay, that it does do something as far as people being louder, getting it out there into the lexicon of discussion, because you couldn't talk about 9/11. I would bring it up at family events back in 2005, a few years removed, but people didn't want, what do you I would show them. I go, look at Building 7. I showed people that like in 2005, they don't want to look at it. But now I think you can actually talk about it. So great. But the reason there's no apology in there is because Jake wants you to believe that we only know this now because of, oh shit, they eat babies. That's the only, he doesn't want to say, wait a minute, we had all this. I'm sorry if I contributed to what he calls the mainstream narrative, which he was part of. Just like this guy's done a lot of bullshit. This guy Cenk has done a whole number on Julian Assange. He's done a whole thing on Syria, the chemical weapon. I mean, he gets a lot of things wrong. But
on COVID, and I'm waiting on him to discuss the emails between Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein. Talking about, I hope we can pull this off.
Pandemic preparation, baby. Pandemic preparation, because we care about you. We're philanthropists. We care about you, not our well-being, your well-being. Bullshit. So he's saying, obviously that's not true. But why did we know this well before the Epstein drop? Did we have some special superpower? I don't know, Jay. What the hell? How do we know all this? But okay. But anyway, whatever it takes to get you to the finish line, great. We're not waiting for an apology. Just be loud about it. That's good. Be loud about it, however you want to present it. That's good. We all need to be loud right now, all of us. I just will end this segment with this. I think the Israeli tech is important. So this part, drop site. This is, Ryan Grimm's little site here. He gets some stuff right a lot, not all the time, but drop site reporting the Israeli government installed and maintained security system at the Epstein apartment. Security equipment and alarms were installed by the Israeli government as a notorious Manhattan residence frequented by the former prime minister, right? So they were basically eavesdropping on every single bit of intel they could get from the prime minister and Epstein and all of their all of their whatever, their diabolical happenings. So that's been proven. That's a fact. I don't know people trying to get out of this idea that it had nothing to do with Mossad, nothing to do with intelligence, but
it was the Russians. It was the Russians, Matt. Don't forget, Epstein worked for the Russians. He was a Russian agent. Don't you forget it.
I mean, yeah, that's clearly, after reading this article on Drop Site, you can't leave without 100% being sure that Russia was behind everything.
It was Putin. Damn.
But
Putin.
yeah, right. Okay. But again, the way Trump has been able to maintain his position on this, defending Israel, his keeping this, I don't know how he keeps this going with the Democrat hoax. Pam Bondi yapping and yelling and doing a tirade in the House, and then all of the media pundits who are still playing this game that it's Trump versus the Democrats. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is waking up to this, and they're starting with the arrest. So wake me up, Jay, when we start actually making arrests and stop it with this stupid red-blue Trump versus the Dems game. I'm fucking sick of it. We have everything we need to go in and get these guys, but we won't do it.
The sheriff in Ohio, wherever what's his name, Les Wexner lives, should go arrest him. At the end of the day, I feel like we have the evidence, man. We're not going to get it from the FBI. We're not going to get it from the CIA. I call on law enforcement all over the country to start arresting some of these people who are in the Epstein files and do real investigations, because it's not going to come from the FBI. And a little bit of homework for the viewers here, just go Google the relationship between Ehud Barak and Larry Silverstein, and then draw that just put it all together. Ehud Barak has this personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. He has a personal relationship with the guy who owns the World Trade Centers, who gets lucky on the timing that he takes out this gigantic insurance policy. Don't forget about the dancing Israelis that worked for Mossad, that were caught celebrating the Twin Towers coming down, dancing on top of their vans because they were so happy. Israelis being interviewed after the World Trade Center talking about, now your problems are our problems now. So you have to come help us with our problems because your problems are our problems. So just put it all together and see where it takes you.
Yeah. And sure, we're still waiting on that next move by Trump. Really high level intellectual game of chess going on. We just, oh man, he's so good. He's so good. Thanks, Citizen. And we had one more super chat from him. The crushing tiger, rising dragon. Is that a reference to the hidden dragon? That film, was that an Ang Lee film? Iran got dragon planes. I guess I had to go back and look at that. Yeah, isn't it funny all the different films and stuff we have to go back and look at now, right? I'm actually loving the challenge. I'm loving people finding stuff, going, hey guys, did you notice in this thing? I saw one on I didn't pull it, but I saw one on The Money Pit, Tom Hanks, because you know how many times Tom Hanks has been associated with the Hollywood pedo ring and all this shit. And people don't want to look at that. They don't want to look at the Wilson ball from Castaway and what that means, and it's the same one Ellen's wearing, and J-Lo and Oprah Winfrey and all these people. What are you guys saying? What are you signaling to? And this till Tom Hanks. I don't want to think of Tom Hanks that way. I don't want to think. As you guys go back to the Money Pit, 1980 something, there's a scene where he drives up. He gets dropped off in front of a house where there's kids singing a song, and he tells the driver, "You never were here. Turn around, go back to the main road. You were never here." And as he walks into the house, the kids are singing a song of "I am a pizza. I am a pizza." It's in the effing movie. You guys go back. It's so.
That was like, Money Pit. Which movie was that?
That was like 1986 or something. The kids are singing "I am a pizza" as Tom Hanks is saying to the driver, "Hey, you never were here. Go away." And then he walks up to the house, and you hear them singing a song, "I am a pizza." So these are the little nuggets that we appreciate people finding them, but that we got to share this shit out. This isn't gossip. This isn't just for fun. This isn't sport. This is important. We have to understand how we've been hijacked, how our entire entertainment industry and our culture through Hollywood intentionally has been hijacked to push stuff on us, put these ideas plant ideas into our head, push us for war, all of the let's attack Muslim country bull. You guys know all that. So we've been doing this shit for years, but the pizza stuff, that is just so, oh my God. And the adrenochrome stuff, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Really quick on that, again, this is probably, next level conspiracy, but, one of the reasons people theorize that they do put all their stuff out there is because it has to do with karmic law. Sometimes people will say, if the elites are informing us about all the evil stuff they're doing and letting us know, and we let them get away with it, then, it kind of reduces their own guilt according to the laws of karma. And it transfers some of that guilt onto us because now we are allowing them to do it. So it implicates us in what's going on. So some people say that's one of the reasons why, they put all this, like into the movies and they tell us what's going on. And who knows, maybe that's part of the reason, like we're now getting these Epstein emails because they want to be able to put it out there so we can see what they're doing. And then they hope that we won't do shit about it. And if we don't, then we're now complicit in what they're doing because our tax dollars are helping fund them, do this. So,
yeah. And there's one more that hit me. And I saw this on my Facebook feed. I should probably share it over to Twitter because I haven't seen anyone share this one, but it was, I mean, people know about it. I guess if you guys can remember back to Colbert, when he was the Colbert Report, we generally don't reference that show unless we're saying, hey, what happened to Colbert when he used to be good and he used to have this character on Comedy Central and he used to play this character over the top and he'd interview people in character and it was kind of original and creative. And then when CBS got him, he just became this total a-hole, the thing he was making fun. Anyways, but we never go back and look at, he did some bad stuff on Comedy Central. One thing in particular, it was in 2016. It was his Pizzagate deflection bit where he did a little child sacrifice ritual and was laughing and having fun as he was mocking QAnon people, whatever that even means. And he actually offered a baby to a demon on stage while he's laughing and the audience is cheering. And he's doing it in an ironic way, like, oh, did you guys think? But that's putting stuff in, that's planting in our heads. That's what that is. And somebody shared that. A good friend of mine who actually has been doing some great work against ICE right now. I might have him on the show soon. He's really, really good work. Anti-ICE, anti-cop stuff. Really good. He shared that and everybody attacked. How dare you say that about Colbert? What's wrong with you? Why would you think a comedian doing what does that have to do with anything? And then this idea, you think we're that stupid that we're going to laugh at a skit and we're going to think, how dare you even? It's like, no, that's how programming works. Like, you guys, you understand this. And you give one example and people want to tear you up for one example, but it's just one example. You want us to write a fucking novel for you and show you every single time they implant stuff. It's for a purpose. It's not a coincidence. It's on purpose. And it actually is effective. If it wasn't effective, they wouldn't do it. That's the argument. So I appreciate anybody out there that is finding these old moments, whether it's an old Tom Hanks film or a Colbert, the Colbert Show from Comedy Central, whatever it is, go find it, share the shit out of it. Let's piece this together. Let's do our own work and let's fucking hold people accountable.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Agreed. You want to get on to, since we brought up ICE, you want to get on to what's happening here? And I don't even want to call this an ICE story. It's it's a Pentagon story, but it's involving the real function of ICE. Did you guys know what the real function of ICE was? Have you figured it out yet? You think it's about immigration? You think Trump's policies is because he's uniquely racist and he just hates non-white people and he wants to punish them? Is that what you think this is about? All that might be true, but that's not what this is about, because we know what the budget, what's happening here with the ICE budget, with this $38.3 billion, they're planning to turn warehouses, and this is already happening. They're turning warehouses across the country into immigrant detention centers. And I want to stress, this is not just immigrant detention centers. These are detention centers for U.S. citizens as well. And it's according to agency documents. The plan's budget is more than the total annual spending for 22 states. So the plan is in place, and it's working because they're already buying up a lot of these spaces all over the country. Here's one. Yeah, go ahead if you want to.
Yeah, and just to add to what you're saying about how, they may try to target American citizens over there, just so people are aware, the Trump administration has put out, like declarations that, they're now going to start finding people who could be considered, potential domestic terrorists, and the things they're looking for are people who are anti-capitalist, people who are anti-American, which may mean simply you're against what the government is doing. If you criticize your government, now you're anti-American, and quote unquote racist people. And we all know what gets lumped in, with that racist definition, because if you criticize the government of Israel, according to the definition from the IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Association, which is the association that our laws say define anti-Semitism, if you criticize the Israeli government, you could be considered to be a racist, and that could make you a domestic terrorist. So if you criticize our government, if you criticize the Israeli government, if you criticize capitalism, any one of those things, you might wind up in one of these places.
I wish that Jeff Foxworthy or somebody would do that in a new bit, update the bit about it. You might be a domestic terrorist. Hey, you're for children not getting their arms blown off and people not starving to death. You might be a domestic terrorist. You got the
if
whole
you're
room
against terrorism, you might be a terrorist,
yeah.
Matt.
If you want to stop to stop the Israeli terrorist state, you might be a terrorist. Yeah, that's it. It's a good bit. He should Jack Foxworthy. Maybe he's working on one of those right now. It would be a good one. You get some laughs because it's funny because it's true. Okay, let's look at this. Do the math, guys. Based on this, the 92,600 detention beds, that's 413,000 per bed. Wow. When this is when we're being told, but this is not, he says at a time, we're always told we can't afford shit. That's just it's just ingrained. We've never been able to afford anything. Everything, no healthcare, no education, no infrastructure, no nothing, right? At a time when Americans are being told we can't afford to secure the border properly, we can't afford better schools, we can't afford infrastructure, we can't afford relief for working families, we somehow, of course, we always can afford surveillance state and war. Always. 400 grand for a single, so that's 400 grand just for a bed. This is not about left or right. This is about oversight. When a government spends this, go ahead.
Yeah, you know what I always wonder, Matt? Why can't they just figure out if someone is supposed to be here or not? And if we're gonna create a pathway to citizenship for the productive people who may have come in, illegally, but we're gonna let them stay, let's do that. But for people who we are gonna deport, why do we need to put them in detention centers? Like, if we know they're not supposed to be here, then we should deport them. Like, why are we keeping people for extended periods of time? And I know why. I know why we're keeping those people. It's to enhance the profits of the people who own those places. And, that was another screenshot we'll get to in a second. But I mean,
I'll grab that now.
But I mean, like the Oh wait, I don't even know if I wound up, putting it in there.
But we have this one.
Yeah.
This is from this week, earlier last week. How the Pentagon is quietly building Trump's concentration camps, and you can call them what you want. Call them imprisonment camps, internment camps, concentration camps, detention centers, whatever you want to call them. These are to hold people against their will. That's what it's for. It's a repurposed Navy contract to funnel tens of billions to ICE for nationwide ghost network of concentration camps. It just got a whole lot bigger. The infrastructure, the contractors are tasked with providing soft-sided tent cities capable of housing up to 10,000 people in each one. The contract's line items include everything from 300 square meter closed tents with 1,000 lux lighting to large barbecue grills and industrial scale shower facilities. Okay, so for the surveillance and control, the vehicle mandates force protection services, including HESCO, with earth-filled defensive barriers, 8-foot-high Connex box walls, and weather-resistant guard shacks. So for medical and death, the services extend to medical waste management. Now, that's a huge red flag. What does that mean? Well, that is they have protocols for biohazard incinerators and certified inventory of evidence reports for full service laundry operations. Wow. Where are they getting these techniques from? Does it have something to do with how Epstein managed to get some sulfuric acid ordered the day his little FBI investigation started? You got to have these protocols in place. Medical waste management, that's probably the most concerning thing on there. That's for what I'm seeing, Jay. This is absolutely disturbing. And again, you get half the country. We talk about this, guys. We've been talking about this entire first year of Trump. We've been telling you the way you get half the country on board for this is you make them think that it's about the borders. It's about immigration. Meanwhile, these facilities are being used for anybody that they consider not one of us, not for the state, anybody challenging anything. That's what this is for. So this is, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, and right now it's immigration, right? But suppose they're not able to implement it the way they want to this time, but another fake pandemic, gets pushed out, right? And now we have another mandatory mRNA shot that tries to get pushed on people. What happens to the unvaccinated in that scenario? Are they going to try to put some unvaccinated people inside these camps? So, no matter the situation, it may happen this time, it may not. The fact is, they're now building these centers. What are they going to do with these places? And why isn't there more outrage about it? And people are talking about it a little bit online right now, but I just hope this isn't one of those things that just gets lost, in the mix with everything that we have going on, because there's so much news that's coming at us like day after day that it's hard to keep up with stuff. And this is such a huge story because they're literally putting the incineration chambers on site. That means they can arrest political prisoners, put them in there, kill them, get rid of the body before any investigation happens and say, oh, we lost them. We don't know where they're at right now. But hopefully, we can find out. They probably ran off or something like that. So people need to be outraged about this. People need to pay a lot of attention to this story. And I do think, this needs to be near the top of our priority list at the moment, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. And let's not call them immigration camps. These are I just say, we should call them concentration camps because they have all the elements that you would see in a concentration camp. Everything you would see if you're trying to get rid of people. And we know how fast they can get rid of people, right, Jay? Because we were told, man, they really in Germany, they got rid of 6 million people pretty quickly. So, if we can learn from that model, who knows? You're talking about, just getting rid of one political prisoner. You can get rid of a whole lot more than that in a very quick time.
And let's not forget, a lot of the top Nazis were integrated into our government and, and into NATO, like after the World War. So, those ideas never really went away. A lot of people say the Nazis never really lost the war. It was Germany lost the war, but did the Nazi leadership lose? Yeah, that's debatable.
Well, let's see. There's a little more going on as far as what people are getting upset about. And you're right. No one's talking about these warehouses. No one's talking about these at all. But the protests, if you guys are wondering if the protests were still happening, they certainly are. And there is some people that are sharing this out, because I do think the news cycle has ended on the mainstream. You don't have these updates from Minneapolis anymore. It's kind of run its course, right? The little window of attention span is pretty much done there. But there's still people having to get out their cell phones and say, here's what's happening. Here's one right now, a father protesting after ICE just raided an elementary bus stop. This is absolutely nuts, guys. You got to check this one out. He's saying he's never protested before in his entire life, but then he watched 4th and 5th grade kids run away from their own government. I never want to see a child run away from our own government again. Here we go.
Tell me again why you said that you came out tonight.
So I've never protested before in my entire life, but sorry. I watched 4th and 5th grade kids run away from our own government. I never want to see that again. And I'm not going to stand by and watch my neighbors run away scared. It's not Camden County. It's not New Jersey. It's not the United States. I love the United States. I love New Jersey. I love Camden County. I love Lindenwold too. But that's not what we are. It's not who we are. And I decided I was going to come out here and stand with you guys and be part of this, because I never want to see a child ever run away from our own government ever again. Sorry about getting emotional.
That's okay. Thank you. Tell me again why you said
No, unfortunately it's going to continue. Right. Here's one more I want to play, and then I want your take on this, where we are on all this. But this is a 2-month-old baby. A 2-month-old baby was detained by ICE and sent to a hospital. Wow. This is you want to talk about a tearjerker. This is absolutely insane.
We have some extremely serious news that I need your help spreading everywhere. A 2-month-old baby has been detained in an ICE detention facility in Texas, the Dilley Detention Facility, and right now is experiencing significant respiratory issues. This is Juan Nicolas. He's a 2-month-old baby. He is ICE's youngest detainee at the Dilley Detention Facility. And last night, according to News for San Antonio, he was taken to a local hospital after experiencing persistent respiratory issues. This is the same facility where Liam Ramos's health also declined while being held there. This is the same facility where young children are writing notes, some of the most heartbreaking notes you will ever see from within the facility. Right now, Juan is ICE's youngest detainee at 2 months old. Half his time on Earth has been inside the walls of a private prison in Texas. Share his story. Spread the word. I'll have more updates for you soon. Follow for more.
Remember when it was supposed to be about the criminals? Like they said, oh, the immigrants are violent and we got to get rid of all the violent immigrants. And I don't know, man. 2-month-old baby doesn't really seem like a threat to me.
Are we starting to understand the connection to everything? I always tell you guys, it's all connected, man. I'm not joking. We talk about the system in place, the elites and the missing children and the conditioning us that it just happens. We grew up thinking that 300,000 just go missing. That must just be little strangers in alleyways. Just make sure when you're out with your parents, you don't go into an alleyway, No, it's not. There's a network in place and we know what happens to them. Are you guys starting to understand that when you set up these circumstances, these chaotic circumstances where you have people being held with no accountability of you call these detention centers, whatever you want to call them, children, why are they taking our children? Why? And if you think because they're not American citizens, or if they are, or if they're not, and you think that that's a gauge, does that make any sense? If you have a problem with Epstein and the child eating and sacrificing and disgusting, most horrific shit you could do, you only have a problem with that if it's a U.S. citizen or a white baby Look yourself in the mirror right now and ask yourself, are you okay if a Palestinian baby was eaten by Jeffrey Epstein? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with an ICE baby going missing? This one happens to be recorded, and I just want to correct the dude he says it's the youngest kid ICE has in a facility on record. It's the youngest. How about all the other ones that there are no records and they're just gone? Are you guys starting to see the connection now? If you're angry about one thing and not about another, you better get yourself checked right now. The only excuse you have is if you're angry about nothing, and then we have nothing for you. But at least I can go like this. Hey, congratulations. You still think they're all on your side and the problem is your neighbor, and you're consistently don't care about anything. That's your only excuse. But if you care about one of these things, you need to care about all of them because it affects all of us.
Yeah, Trump green lights Palantir to create a master database, gives them gigantic contracts with the government. We have 8 new mega detention centers being built all over the country. Customs Border Patrol just buys access to Peter Thiel's Clearview 60 megabyte image facial ID system. Department of Homeland Security is now demanding the names and social media handles of users criticizing ICE. And now ICE agents on our streets are threatening to put people in a domestic terror database. And, just look at the whole picture. That's where we're going.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Jay, do you have time for one more? Do we have time, or do you got? I know we went over.
I gotta be out right now, man.
Okay.
But great show for sure. A lot of Iran.
Yeah, we got a little.
Let me see if I could do that real quick. Let me see if I could squeeze it in. Let's go. Iran. We got to do a little bit of a war update before I get out of here.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm gonna just play it in World War III watch, and I just got a couple, and then I'll pass it to you. But I just got a couple ones we saw here as far as the status right now in Iran. Here we go, guys. This is our header for the day, because we should all be on high alert right now, because I think we're counting down hours right now. This is very important. So here we go. World War III watch. It's World War III watch. I'm Matt Weinglass, co-host Jay Scott. Let's just face it, it's already started, and we kid you not, the situation in Iran has gotten to literally hours counting down. And I'm going to let George Galloway explain it to you guys right now, how close we are to impact. And then we're going to break it down for you guys. Here we go.
Have from the highest placed of sources that Israel and the United States have decided on all-out war on Iran in the next hours, at most in the next days. My source, impeccable, unimpeachable, tells me that they promise shock and awe, going back to the shock and awe that was launched around about this time in 2003, and which led to the cascade of ISIS and Al-Qaeda around the world, and led to the deaths of 1 million people in Iraq, thousands of service personnel of the American, British, and other allied armies. A war which was over quickly, but the end was actually merely the beginning, and a war that rages still. Learning nothing, forgetting nothing, the Trump regime has decided, like the Bourbons before them, that if it doesn't work the first several times, why not try it again?
Okay, so let's leave it there. Jay, let's walk us through where we're at now, and are we at this point of no return? Is there anything we can do, or is this war imminent?
So the latest updates we have on the negotiations in Geneva is that Trump is demanding that Iran not only ends its nuclear program, but it also, stops its ballistic missile program, because during the 12-day war last year, America and Israel, fucked around and found out. They realized that Iran had a lot of firepower in their ballistic missile program, which is why since then they haven't stopped talking about Iran's ballistic missile program. So Iran has said in no way, shape, or form are their ballistic missiles going to be up for negotiation. This entire negotiation should be focused only on the nuclear issue. Iran has said they are willing to negotiate on the nuclear issue, but that isn't enough for America and Israel because they don't want Iran to have the ability to deter attacks and to respond when they are attacked. And that's what their ballistic missile program allows. In fact, it is kind of genius what they've done, because the truth is, because of the impact of nuclear fallout, you really can't use nuclear weapons because it'll just set off a chain of events that destroys the whole world. But what Russia has shown is that they can achieve nuclear-like impact through hypersonic missiles, and Iran's ballistic missile program is going in that same direction. So they have the ability to strike with power equal to a nuclear weapon without the nuclear fallout that poisons the environment, not just for that country, but for the surrounding countries, for centuries to come. So, where Iran is in a very strong position, and they are not getting any closer, in the negotiations. And to top it all off, we aren't even sending a real negotiation team to negotiate with them. Like, the two people that we're sending are not qualified at all. They are not diplomats. Trump is sending his real estate buddy, Steve Witkoff, who's an advisor, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who doesn't have any official role, like in the US government, to negotiate this deal on top of the deal they're supposed to be negotiating with Russia, when the truth is each one of those deals separately would have required an entire team of professional negotiators to actually work out to make sure that we're actually making substantial progress. So they're not even putting forth a real effort to secure a deal, in my opinion. So I think what's happening is we're seeing Trump pretend that he wants a deal to be made because he knows how unpopular this war is going to be. That will lead us, ultimately to a war. And to be honest with you, I have a feeling that this could potentially mark unless they have some trick up their sleeves similar to Venezuela, it could mark the decline of our presence in the Middle East, to be honest with you, because I think our bases are going to be attacked very heavily. Yeah. I think Iran is going to try to avoid attacking oil refineries and the economies of surrounding countries. But I do think they're going to go after a lot of our military bases. And, again, I don't want to see the death of, any Iranians, any Americans. I'm not rooting for the death of American soldiers at all. But there is a chance that one of our aircraft carriers, at least goes down too, and those have 5,000 people on it. So what's going to happen, in America if Iran sinks an aircraft carrier? How many people are going to get into the streets and call for blood and want us to go into Iran to topple the government to get revenge for our dead soldiers because they're not looking at the lead up and the whole picture, to what's happening right now. So this has the potential to be a very dramatic situation. And Iran is so powerful that our lapdog who says no to everything, who says yes to everything and goes along with us every single time, the UK, their prime minister is even now saying that we can't use their military bases and their strategic military assets to strike Iran. So they realize that when Iran hits back, it's going to be hard, and they're trying to avoid the blowback. So, all this talk about having a coalition of the willing, behind us, this time it really looks like it's just us and Israel.
Yeah. So UK is making the move to block us from using their bases. So they're certainly taking this seriously. Here's Trump. Or we had a news from last night from Newswire that Trump was briefed on options to attack Iran, including a campaign to kill scores of Iranian political and military leaders to overthrow the government, as well as limited airstrikes on nuclear and ballistic missile facilities. And then here's a reminder that Trump wanted us to know back in 2011 that in order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. And so he's letting us know how powerful it is for a president to mess with Iran, that it actually gives you, he's told us this. So people are looking at this and going, oh, he contradicts himself. Well, no, he's telling us how much power you have as a president when you rile this up. And we know Netanyahu's been trying to do this for decades. Every president he's tried this with. This is clearly the closest we've ever been. I think that's without a question. Now, that's not even debatable. This is the closest we've ever been to this war. And then you were talking about the soldiers on the ground. This is also very interesting because you got people trying to deflect this. Dan Cooper saying this isn't a good question. Calling it a regime change war implies ground troops, which no one supports. Yes, but FYI from Robert Barnes, the White House.
He's a White House insider. He has connections within the Trump administration.
This has been said. This is going around circles right now. This number is being thrown around right now as a reality. 10,000 plus American soldiers up for death. They're up. Their numbers have been pulled out of the hat. Whatever that looks like, they're expecting that. They're expecting U.S. soldiers' deaths at 10,000 plus, and they do indeed to plan to put boots on the ground in Iran.
None of their kids, though. None of their kids.
Oh, God.
Just our kids.
Oh, no, Jay. Their kids are way more valuable. Come on. That would be dumb. That's like giving up your your queen when you could be throwing pawns out there. Come on. Haven't you ever played chess?
Yeah, disposable pawns, man.
Yes.
So that's what we are. So it's unfortunate that so many people fell for Trump. I'm not going to sit here and point the finger and play the blame game, but again, I just hope the lesson that we learn from this is follow the money, because if we had followed the money for Trump, we would have realized where this is going. And that's the big reason why now I have to really start questioning Thomas Massie, because, if I'm correct, like about this may be the end of our military presence, in the Middle East, what's going to happen now is they're going to turn that force that we've built up and this ability that we've built up inward, right? Like eventually they're going to give up on trying to combat all these wars overseas, and the last of the power they have left will be used to clamp down on us within America. And if Thomas Massie is indirectly taking money from Peter Thiel, who's constructing, this Palantir database and this surveillance dystopia over here, are we heading into a situation where we don't have the muscle to flex all over the world we once did? So at that point, it's no longer harming the establishment to get a Thomas Massie in there if he's going to go along with the surveillance state. So again, you could be right. It could be a Bernie situation where they use him to shuffle that energy into J.D. Vance, or we could be in a situation where they just turn all of their attention inward and, they put him forth as a candidate to do it. But long story short, follow the money, ask questions. And for someone like Massie, again, I'm not saying we write him off, but I'm saying we put him on the spot and we ask him, what about Don Huffines? What about Peter Thiel? Because I haven't heard him speak too much about Peter Thiel. A lot of his focus is on anti-war. He was in favor of, he was against mandates. So I'll give him credit for everything he's done right. But we need to start asking him the hard questions, and we need to start following the money. And I say we need to start asking the Freemasons to broadcast their meetings to the entire world so we can see what they're talking about inside those meetings. Since it's just a social club where they don't talk about anything bad, I think they should put the meetings out for the world to see.
Absolutely. And if you guys want more insight on the chessboard and the valuable pieces and the non so valuable pieces, there are different levels of pawns. And if you really want clarity, just ask Lindsey Graham. He's told us time and time again that there is an echelon of value. Ukrainian lives are worth zero. That's why we say down to the last Ukrainian. When we talk about U.S. lives, U.S. soldiers are worth probably about 10 cents a piece, right? So you got 10,000 that are expendable right now. But make no mistake, every war, well, I'll just let him explain it. He's going to tell you where all these wars come from. Here we go, Lindsey Graham. Down to the last Ukrainian, Lindsey Graham. Tell us where our wars can all start from.
The wars of the future are being planned here in Israel, because if you're not one step ahead of the enemy, you suffer. The most clever creative military forces on the planet are here in Israel because they have to be to survive. So what we're looking at is that Israel is advancing down the road of new weaponry far beyond us. And it would be nice to have a process where we could be partners.
And there you
They
go.
steal our technology. They get caught stealing our technology. They sell it to China. They take a bunch of money from us to invest in their social programs over there. And then they take credit for the inventions that have come from America for the most part, and then put an Israeli label on it and then say they're the ones leading the way. Meanwhile, Russia, to the best of my knowledge, has the most advanced hypersonic missiles, in the world. And they do actually have the most powerful missile program. But, it's all about the Israelis. Their lives are worth far more than us puny little dumb Americans. So, let's just continue backing up Israel, giving them everything they want, and, continue to be their bitches, because, that's what we're here for, right? To make sure Israel can accomplish every one of its goals.
Absolutely. And that's World War III watch, guys. Jay, I guess you probably have to take off. You want to let us know where people can find you. Actually, first, one more from Citizen, because he asked you. I don't. Okay, Jay, if you're listening, oh man, I'm not reading this correctly. Can you?
Olaf Palme and Dira Gandhi, Israel. I'm not sure who that is.
Okay. Well, we thought we'd give it a shot, but thanks either way, Citizen. If you want to back that up with any follow-up, we'll appreciate
you can
it.
clarify that. Tag me on Twitter, and let's figure that out. But yeah, man, I just want to encourage everyone. This isn't meant to be blackpilling. I want to encourage everyone to find different ways to get involved. We need to decentralize the power in these parties. Go to www.wtpnational.com. Because the reason the Democrat and Republican parties are so corrupt is because the power is centralized in the executive committees. Let's take that power. Let's end the behind doors closed deals, and let's build a transparent political party that we know what's going on in the back room behind. So appreciate you, Matt. Great work as always, and I'll be in touch soon. So catch you on the back channel.
Thanks you so much, Jay. We'll see you next time. Jay Scott, everybody. This is the Homeless Left. We're here with you guys. We got a little more show going. Actually, I think we're gonna take a 2-minute. We're gonna come back and do your comments. You guys have been pretty active on our Rumble and on our YouTube, so we'll get to your comments next with Talking Back with Matt. And then after that, we have two more segments we're gonna do. So we'll be running over today. But yeah, we have a HOLLYWOKE, This Week in HOLLYWOKE, and a Loudest Voice of the Week. Stay right there, or go to the bathroom, grab a drink, return a text, whatever you got to do, and we'll see you back here in about 2.5. We'll be right back. This is the Homeless Left, your non-tribal approach to news. It's Talking Back with Matt. We're looking at a lot of stuff that's gone down this last week, because we did take Tuesday off. We appreciate you guys' engagement today on YouTube, on Rumble, and we're calling this show, today's show is being called, and we just want to make this absolutely clear: we are not suicidal, and that's something that we need a timestamp, because we might need to come back to it later. We're looking at the conflict in Iran. We've been looking at Epstein file. More stuff coming out from there. We did have an official arrest in the UK. Prince Andrew has been arrested for connections with Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody in the US has been arrested yet. Meanwhile, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are high-fiving each other for a job well done, not arresting high-end elite criminals. They will never do it. It's not going to happen. ICE has been creating warehouses, buying up facilities, internment camp, concentration camps, whatever you want to call it. It's not for immigration. It's for all of us. Immigration is the excuse, just so you guys know. Thomas Massie, looked a little bit at him. So we're gonna try and figure out where the money's coming for him. it would be a huge letdown if, in fact, he was just a controlled opposition figure. Wouldn't it be a huge letdown if all of them were just controlled opposition figures? The only people you can really trust are ones that are driven out or murdered or character assassinated. Those are really all. I think I would take at this point Marjorie Taylor Greene being ran out would be a better bet right now than anybody inside. But we'll still look closer at Thomas Massie and see what's going on there. But now it's time to talk to you guys. I know we had some good engagement up front with some super chats, so I just wanted to give another shout out to Deep Green VO. This is correct. It's absolutely correct. Blatantly lie until you die. The PDF class is their #1 move. Thank you so much, Deep Green VO. And Citizen, you've been giving us some great super chats as well. Yeah, this is exactly true. Why don't we just ship Trump out to Zio hell and take Lindsey with him? Well, you don't have to take Lindsey Graham with him, Citizen. Lindsey Graham's already there. He's hanging out. He's ready for Trump to arrive. He can't wait for his best buddy to show up. And they'll be taken care of for life. They're totally fine. No worries for those two. They'll be protected for life. Israel always protects the bad guy. They're really good at doing that. They got a great history with protecting people. Just ask Kevin Spacey. Just ask these people that get convicted of child rape, and then they end up in Israel. So it's a great place. And yes, we have to trust the plan, guys. Trump is playing his 4D chess. Leave the guy alone. He knows what he's doing. Thank you so much. I know you got a lot of other good ones out there, but let's get to you guys. I want to give a shout out to Nahum, always hitting that subscribe, repost, smashing it even before we start. So I love that the smashing these buttons early when we first get our get the feed up there. We get the link set for you guys usually a day in advance, just so you guys know it's there. You can bookmark it, give it a thumbs up. We really appreciate that. And I told you guys that Leslie, I know she usually is with us on Thursdays. Most of the time she's here on Thursdays. She's with her father right now. My father-in-law. It's pretty intense what's happening with his health, and but having that kind of support there from Leslie, as you guys know, Nurse Leslie, best daughter you could have, best wife you could have, there at his bedside right now. And there she is chiming in, saying hi to Sam and wish you go. And yes, at the hospital again. And thank you. And please don't oh man, those always breaks my heart seeing those crying emojis, Leslie. But be in a good headspace if you can, and we hope for the best that this next week pans out well, and hopefully we'll be laughing and smiling again by this time next week. That's my hope. That's my hope. Okay. What else do we got here? Oh, thank you, Max Melian. It is unbelievable that people are arrested for passing on confidential documents, but for crimes committed against children, no one is worried. It is bizarre. It is unbelievable bizarre. It's infuriating. It's all those things that's our system that we have in place, that whistleblowers can be arrested. But if you commit the actual crimes, you're good. You're good. Sam, wish you go. Thanks for being on the show or being here with us today. Abolish the monarchy. It's 2026 for crying out loud. For F's sakes, kings and queens belong in fairy tales. I know you were referencing this Prince Andrew character who is now in jail. Not officially charged yet. Let's be clear. He's not officially charged, but he has been officially arrested on his birthday, as a matter of fact. So good news. We don't have anyone even arrested here. So at least the UK is doing that. At least they're doing that. And as far as Kash Patel goes, yeah, he's a toad. He's a toad. Thank you for that. And El Tenyo Joe, thank you so much. MAGA will never forgive these two. Not all of MAGA. There's MAGA that will forgive them. And you're talking about Bongino and Patel. These two clowns, there is a lot of MAGA. Thanks for that, Dan Steely. There is a lot of MAGA that will never forget them. Not all of them, but yeah, there is a lot. And I love this one. Truth is stranger than fiction. It really is. You can't make this shit up. You really can't. Jungle Jer, every day is breaking news. How do you guys do it every week? Jeez, I don't know. I honestly don't know. And this is why we have to sometimes take a day off here and there. And we took Tuesday off. It was just it was so much. And we always want to make sure we have a good show planned for you guys. I do consider myself a obviously independent media journalist. I take that very seriously. I also take my production side of things very seriously. I still do projects here in Hollywood, independent productions. I am a storyteller at heart. So when those two things merge, and when times are so insane, sometimes, part of me wants to say, let's jump on it. Let's go live. New Epstein drop. Let's go live. Another part of me is like, hold on, take a step back. Let's look at everything. Let's prepare it. Let's get a good rational take. We can't possibly know everything the second things break. We have to take time with it. So this does take time. We appreciate your guys supporting the channel, knowing how much work and effort we put in, because production matters. Presentation matters. It's not for entertainment. It's so we can walk you through and we can be honest with how we do that. It's hard to do that when you don't prepare and you just go, the new story. Let's go live. But I'm trying to get better at speeding up the process, the production process, and getting stuff to you. And we do like to do the twice a week show. I don't think I'll ever do more than that. Not with all the other commitments and other opportunities I do go on. You guys know we go on other shows and other opportunities to engage outside of the homeless left, THL. But yeah, I think ultimately being able to be present and give you guys the best show we can every Tuesday and Thursday, that's the goal. Every once in a while we fall short on a show, but I never want to fall short on quality, so that we make sure quality is there for you every time. Okay. What else we got here? Okay, we have another one here. Save the USA from genocidal Israel. Faith of Palestine is faith of US and the world otherwise. Thank you for that. Mon Ami Inspire. Mon Ami Inspire. Love it. Love it. Another one from Max. They are killing farmers all over the world. They sure are. They sure are. Scary Sacks, thanks for tuning in. I heard they will go well with pizza. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. And we have, we were doing the top censored news, and sure, I showed you guys Kyrie Irving showing up to the All-Star game, wearing the press shirt, right? Wearing the press shirt, representing the dead, targeted, murdered journalists in Gaza. Great job, Kyrie. NBA commentators have no idea how to handle that. They don't even know what to say. They don't know what to say about Spike Lee wearing the Palestinian flag colors, the garments. They don't know what to say. What are they supposed to say? What would you do if you're an NBA commentator and you have a cut to Kyrie, cut to Spike Lee? What do you say? Do you ignore them? Yeah, that's kind of what they do. At this point, they've said too many bad things about Kyrie. They're not really allowed to say anything bad about Spike. What are they going to say? Oh, look at Spike Lee in terrorist garb. No. Well, what garb is he in? Is he on the side of the people? You can't say that because your owners, the owners don't want that. So you have to ignore them. But we still see it. We still see it on the camera. We still see it on the camera. Okay. What else do we got here? We got, okay. We have, yes, absolutely. Utopians. Utopian says only Alex Karp will harm Americans, not China. Would you guys stop it with the China stuff? Alex Karp is telling us we have to protect ourselves from our enemies. You are the enemy, Alex Karp. You are. Every time you open your mouth. Yes, indeed, Scary Socks. Serious psycho, indeed. Indeed. Yeah. Oh, yeah, nice hair for sure. That's Alex Karp for you. Let's see what else we have here throughout the show, guys. Yes, because this is true. Because Americans are that brainwashed. I don't know what the reference on that one, but yeah, absolutely. And this is 100% true. It is not right versus left, but good versus evil. Yes, and we did get Jimmy's reaction to this. Thank you, Songweaver. Jimmy Dore covering the Farm Bill loophole as well. Exactly. That was the point he was responding to where we pointed that out. in Top Censored News, 100%. That the loophole was on purpose. The loophole in the Farm Bill, which everyone signed on for, the loophole is that it gives them these liability protections when they're whipping out more pesticides, more chemicals, more ways to cause cancer in us on purpose, by the way, and not be held accountable. So they don't have to pay out the billions of lawsuits that RFK Jr. used to champion. Now he doesn't. At best, what does he do? What does RFK do? At best, he keeps his mouth shut. That's at best. Meanwhile, Trump is taking away even more protections on these horrible chemicals, while RFK has to stand there with his mouth shut while everybody's getting these contracts in place. You got the Albert Bourda Pfizer $60 billion deal. Oh yeah, love it. Trump RX, love it. Okay, yeah, and this is a great point. I pray China, Russia, and Iran save us from the baby eaters. Imagine that's where we are now, utopians. Thank you for that. These three boogeymen have been told to us: China, Russia, Iran. They want to take over the world. They want to kill you for your freedom. They hate you. They hate us. These are the people not in the files. Wow, what a coincidence. China, Russia, and Iran. The only time Putin is mentioned in the files is when they say, damn it, we can't seem to get a meeting with Putin. What do? Oh, brilliant idea. He might happen to get taken out. Then the replacement, he might meet with us. That's where Putin is mentioned. Nothing about Iran, nothing about China, nothing about Venezuela, right? Nothing about North Korea. All of the boogeymen, all of the bad guys, they're not baby eaters. We need them to actually save us from the baby eaters. That's where we're at. That's literally where we're at. United States of Israel. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Appreciate the engagement, guys. Is this true? Did MJ support Palestine? I can say he didn't have Israeli flags and Steph Curry Hebrew tattoos all over him, but have to look into that. I don't know. Okay. Yes, no good deed goes unpunished. Whoa, TTWSUF, shut the F up. I think Tucker's on that list. Okay. Well, when we see it, let us know. When you see it, let us know. I don't know if he is, but when we see it, let us know. Now we're just making stuff up. Really? Courtney? I don't think somebody killed him. I don't know if maybe Courtney knew. I don't know. Maybe Courtney Love was the original Erica Kirk, right? Erica Love. Woo. Man, we have to relook at these murders. I mean, these suicides. I mean, these accidental Princess Diana deaths. I mean, these accidental overdoses. Michael Jackson. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back. That's the MJ. See, this is what I don't like. I don't like the MJ. I don't like that Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson get to have the same thing. That's not fair. Why is that? Yes, MJ supported Palestine. You're talking about Michael Jackson. I thought you were doing the NBA reference. My bad on that one. My bad. God, why do they have the same? That's not fair, right? Right? Who else has the same? You say they're MJ and they get to what? Like, come on. That's not fair. MJ. GOAT, right? Greatest of all time on the basketball court, MJ, and then greatest all time on the stage, MJ. The greatest of all time on stage absolutely supported Palestine. That's why he is not here anymore. But Michael Jordan, I think he's still alive. Yeah, he's alive. So I don't know if he did anything that brave. Maybe he has. I don't know. But I don't know. So yeah, there we go. We need, you know what? He needs to get a new some sort of representation. He needs to get something going on with him. Okay. Here we go. A couple more here. Oh, okay. Okay. This is a good question. Jay, how can we stop European War 4? Solutions are hard, but we're just trying to get the information right. And I know there's, yeah, I guess there was, some sound issues. So I get people commenting on that with Jay, but we figured it out. We figured it out. What else we have here? Okay. Oh, this is a good prediction. This is funny. Marjorie Taylor Greene versus AOC. It would be hilarious if MTG beat AOC. Yeah, that would be funny. I love that. I love this. AOC, Massie, or Giant Meteor. We always come back to Giant Meteor, because at the end of the day, if any party, whatever either party goes for, is not going to be real. You guys get that, right? That's why Giant Meteor, and I appreciate this, R. Dean W. The Giant Meteor reference is we would actually consider a giant meteor over the two options. So whatever the D's plan, whatever the R's plan, it's not going to be real. You have to have learned your lesson by now. All you Bernies out there, I don't even want to say Kamala people. I mean, that's not even, but all you Trumpers, it's all been fake the whole time. Okay. You understand that now, right? So that's why we might consider that giant meteor. That's why it's not it. You have to be Marjorie Taylor Greene to take seriously somebody who they push out, not somebody who they prop up and spend all their donor money on all the signs that say AOC 2028 or Thomas Massie 2028. If you start seeing Thomas Massie 2028, it's not real. Do you guys understand that? If it has an RNC logo on it, it's not real. Maybe if it's third party, it would be real. If Bernie went third party, it could have been real. He never did. He stayed in the Dems. He had Dem money, pretending he was taking on the system, only to bring everybody over to Hillary and then everybody over to Biden. That's what his job was. You guys understand that? Okay, great. So Giant Meteor 2028. We've agreed. We've agreed. Okay. What else we got here? Let's do a few more. I know you guys are also talking to each other in the chat. I see that. Oh, I didn't know this. Pamela Drew, thanks for tuning in, Pamela. Lutnick was a basis for a character, Bobby Axelrod, in HBO series Billions. Huh. Well, they love telling us the quiet part out loud, so I might go back and check out Billions. I know there's one of the Paul Giamatti and the guy they killed on Homeland. By the way, Homeland was out right before Billions on I think actually that's a Showtime series, Pamela. If I'm not mistaken, Billions is a Showtime series. It was the follow-up after they took the Homeland show with Claire Danes, and then they took the guy, they killed him, and then he reappeared on Billions. So you could still watch him on a different show on the same network, if I recall. But again, all these shows, whether it's Homeland, which was absolutely designed as a CIA operation to get us on board for invading Iran. Every single couple years, we have to get ready to invade Iran again. And Billions, I will check out Billions. I like to see what they're saying. They're telling us the quiet part out loud about all of the maneuvering behind the scenes with all these billionaires. So yeah, perfectly named show, Billions. I never actually watched it, but I know the show, so I might take a look at that character. Thanks for that, Pamela. And let's see. Let's do a few more here. Yes, this is true. JW Claw 1, thank you for this. Bill Gates even predicted a pandemic on a TED Talk. Certainly he did. But you never can be too prepared. So just think of it like this. It's all about preparation. That's all. It's not planning, it's preparing. It's not plotting, I should say. He's not plotting anything. He's preparing just in case, right? Just in case. All right, what else is we got here? Yes, it's true. And no Shadow Walker. The Chumstein class is bipartisan for sure. For sure. Okay. Yeah, Manimus, 100%. The Epstein files are a joke. Put out the videos that Epstein had to blackmail these people, right? These PDFers, these mother effing pedo PDFers, the videos of the blackmail. Put those out. Stop it with the redacting this and unredacting that. We want the videos. Do not fall for the bullshit. We don't want to. What do you think? We're perverts? We want to show the American people video. We want identification. We don't want to watch children being raped. What we want is identification of predators committing crimes with the crime blur. You can blur out. You certainly should blur out the part of the crime and obviously the child's faces. But we want the predators doing the crimes on camera, which exist. We know they exist. That's how the whole thing works. It's called sexual blackmail. And you either do it, you meet them where they're at. If they're only willing to do it with 14-year-old girls, they'll do it 14-year-old girls. If they're willing to do it with little babies, they'll do whatever it is, whatever range of disgustingness and psychotic behavior that they got you to do somehow. There's a tape of it, and it's in the files, and you have them. You mother effers. You have those tapes, and we want to see it. I'm with you, Manimus. I'm with you, Manimus. Thank you so much. Oh, did not see this in time, Citizen. This is about one time I asked Jay, did Israel kill John Lennon? Well, we know that if you imagine all the people living life in peace, that's not exactly good for Israel, ain't it? Not good. No. Imagine no religion. It's easy if you try, right? No, not gonna imagine that. If you take away the thing, and then we can't do the thing, and so you MK Ultra, Mark David Chapman, you MK Ultra that son of a bitch who wakes up the next day and goes, I don't remember anything. The last thing I remember is getting an autograph from John Lennon, and then I ended up in jail. And you tell me I did the crime. I guess I did. That Mark David Chapman, who has no memory of what he did to a guy that he looked up to and got an autograph literally hours before he killed him. You think Israel might have been involved with that? I do. I don't know. We'll see if Jay thinks so. I'll ask him. We'll ask him next time. All right. Let's do two more, and then we got to move on. We got two more segments for you guys. Yes, we got to look at paperclip. Yes, a lot of you guys have been asking about paperclip. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Man, I like going on these. I like going into these investigations with you guys. It's awesome. And it does feel like, Yana, thanks for tuning in. It does feel like we're living inside a greater Israel right now. That's what it feels like. That map, you guys know the greater Israel map? It's like we're over on the other side of it, but we should be we're part of it. We're part of it. That whole, like, we're going to take Syria and we're going to take all Yemen and Jordan and Iraq and Iran and Lebanon. Guess what? We're part of it. We're part of the greater Israel project. They just kind of don't put it on the map part. They like their big blue. You guys know that bit. You guys know that one, right? The big blue greater Israel map that they pretend doesn't exist, but they love talking about it, or they love showing it on a map, and then they say it's not, but then it is. But how are we we don't have enough people to fit that space. It's an idea. It's not real. No, it is real. And guess what? The U.S. is 100% part of it. 100%. We're part of the greater Israel project. And doesn't it feel like it? It feels like it, right? All the legislation, you can't talk about, you can't say shit. There's Israel flags showing up on our NBA games. What? There's no other flag on a jersey except the one flag. Did you guys see that? This has to be the greater Israel project, right? This has to be. Where is that? Let me grab that real quick. This is come on, guys. This is nuts. That we would have an all-star game for the NBA, and then the one jersey in the whole game that has a flag is this son of a bitch. The least the one we least know. He's not even like, I guess he made the cut. He had pretty good stats in Portland, I guess. But my God, he gets it over. So are we living in the Greater Israel Project if an all-star game for the NBA features one flag on its jersey? There's no American flags. There's no other countries' flags. He's the only one that got a flag on his jersey. So yeah, I think we're in it. Okay, last one. And I'll try to throw up the rest of these when I can. Before we go. I'll try to pull up some more before we go. Okay. Last one for now. I'm trying to end with a good. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Nalem, thanks for tuning in. Again, I appreciate it. This is full. We'll end with yours because it's kind of full circle. You kind of helped start us up at the top of the show before we even started. Gen Z must die in Iran. That's what Uncle Scam wants. And what you're talking about is when we say 10,000, they're prepared. The U.S. government is prepared for 10,000 U.S. soldier deaths in this war coming up that we're about to start right now. The Iran war is starting right now. And we're hours away from it, if not just a couple days. Who knows? By this time next week, we'll see. Gen Z soldiers will be the ones killed. That's right. That's the age. So we didn't talk about the age. That's the age. Yeah. Thanks to good old Uncle Scam. I'll appreciate it. And that should do it for Talking Back with Matt. Okay. We're going to set up 2 more segments for you guys. Remind me to change this little segue. I'll update it for the next show next week. I'm going to update this. But I need 2 minutes. I'm going to set this up. So last break, and then we're going to charge ahead with the last 2 segments. We are going overtime here. We'll go 4 hours and change with you guys today. But welcome. If you're just joining us, stay right here, or grab a drink, go to the bathroom, return a text, and we'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And we have a This Week in HOLLYWOKE. We have an AI problem, which just got 1,000 times worse. 1,000 times worse. We'll tell you about that. And then we have the loudest voice of the week, both coming up soon. We'll see you guys back here in 2 minutes. It's This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Guys, you know our industry is crumbling in on itself. You know that we've gone through some massive not just overhauls, I would say, in the wrong direction. We're talking about the Ellisons, the Zionists buying up all the studios. AI has put everyone out of work. These contracts with these I guess you call these streaming companies, which are all being bought up by Zionists like Larry Ellison, Paramount TV. You have not just the streaming service. You got CBS, CNN. They're all being captured. Our entire industry is pretty much gone. What do the workers do? And then we have the AI problem. And we went through, as part of SAG. I'm part of SAG. That's the Actors Union. And they put us through this charade of striking a couple years ago, where we said we're going to stick it to these companies and we're going to show them that we mean business. We need contracts in place so we don't get screwed when they start making AI with our likeness, and we didn't agree to it, and they're never going to give us residuals and blah 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 blah. And the writers were striking because writers, they don't need them anymore because they have AI, basically AI doing everything. So the striking didn't really accomplish anything other than we were able to feel like we were part of solving the problem. Well, the problem now, and this is where it's kind of like jokes on the networks, jokes on the studios, because now they're looking around and going, maybe we can't really control everything that we thought we could control because we might have some competition from China. That's what seems to be happening now. But before we get into the story of this new technology, I'm going to tell you guys about this technology in just a second, which just hit It pretty much changes everything. I'm going to tell you about it in a moment. But first, I'm going to show you a new trailer that just dropped. This is a new trailer from this great, awesome movie coming out starring Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, reunited again ever since they worked together on Interview with the Vampire back in the 90s, reunited in this action-packed film. It's got everything. It's got action. It's got Epstein references. It even has some Russiagate for you Russiagate fanatics that think that Putin is behind everything. Here we go. Here's a very cool scene with Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt in this new film. Check it out.
You killed Jeffrey Epstein, you animal! He was a good man!
He knew too much about our Russia operations. He had to die, and now you die too.
Now, if you haven't guessed, and I got to tell you, for those of you that haven't realized, none of that's real. None of that's real. Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, and all of the people they have in their entourage, the studios, everybody involved with making money on something that could be that, isn't part of this. And they're not making $1. Why? Because the new technology that just dropped is doing it for them. It's doing it on purpose, okay? Not involving them on purpose to show us where we are, technologically speaking, and how not only do we not need the writers and the actors and the crew anymore, they don't need the studios either. So kind of jokes on the studios. But let's see. This is the actual report that came out about it. Check it out, and then we'll talk about it.
15-second clip released late last week seemed to have all the hallmarks of a big Hollywood studio. Two mega famous leading men in Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, a choreographed fight scene, sweeping camera moves, sound effects, even a musical score. But here's the thing. It was all generated by AI, and Hollywood is not happy. Here's Jolene Kent.
At first glance, it looks like an epic fight scene starring two Hollywood heavyweights. But this Tom Cruise-Brad Pitt battle is AI generated. ByteDance, the Chinese tech company behind TikTok, just rolled out their new AI video generator, CDance 2.0. The viral video sparked yet another round of backlash and despair in Hollywood. Rhett Reese, a screenwriter behind the Deadpool movies, posted, "I hate to say it, it's likely over for us." In a statement, SAG-AFTRA, the actors union, called the video unacceptable and said it undercuts the ability of human talent to earn a livelihood. ByteDance responded, saying they are now taking steps to prevent the unauthorized use of intellectual property and likeness by users.
Why do you think the reaction was so intense?
I think because it was so brazen. Hollywood is going through a lot of difficult changes.
What does this type of technology do to entertainment jobs in the next year?
There will be fewer jobs in Hollywood. There already were fewer jobs. And the shame of it really will be that the below the line people, the craftsmen, the camera people, the catering people, those are the people who are going to be affected the most.
Don't leave me.
Jolene Kent, CBS News, Los Angeles.
And you see this Leonardo DiCaprio waking up at the end of Titanic and saying, "I am alive. I didn't actually freeze to death in the water." Well, let's look at the problem with this report is that it's not giving us the full story of the people affected. It actually, to me, it sounds like they're regurgitating the same language from our strike season from like 2-3 years ago. Of course, the crews are affected. We already had that problem. You guys already effed us. SAG, you already effed us with this deal. And this is the problem here. So we have this. This is the summary. You have in a single day. It's a Chinese AI service. It's called CDance 2.0. As soon as it hit, people are able to put this stuff out right away. Okay. They're saying legally they're engaging in unauthorized use of U.S. copyrighted works on a massive scale by launching a service that operates without meaningful safeguards against infringement. Okay, so without meaningful safeguards, because it's not protecting the studios who own the property. It's not. So now you care. Now you care. You told all of us to be part of the team, the woke team, get in the streets, fight for the worker. And then we lost the battle on purpose. You guys pretended we won something. We got nothing from that. But that whole time, you were protected. The studios were protected. The intellectual property owners were protected. The head writers of Marvel films, Deadpool, whatever, they were fine. Now they have a problem because the studios aren't protected anymore. And the intellectual property holders aren't protected. Now they're having a problem. They're saying we have to go after these guys. See Dance 2.0, Bite Dance. They're disregarding well-established copyright law that protects the rights of the creators and underpins millions of Oh, now it underpins millions of American jobs. No, you guys already did that to us. You already underpinned millions when you wrote us out of the deal. That was 2-3 years ago. ByteDance should immediately cease its infringing activity. Oh, they're furious up there in the studios, right? The top dogs, the one writer that doesn't get fired. Now he has a problem, right? Think about this. The one writer that they weren't going to fire, the guy who owned the property, the guy who's writing Deadpool scripts, he's fine. Now he's not. But where was he when the writers were getting fired? We already went through this shit. We already know about millions of American jobs, blah, blah, blah. We already had no more craft service people. We already had no more makeup and wardrobe. We already had that, you fucking idiots. Don't pretend that this is starting now because a Chinese company figured out how to do this better than you. That's what's happening here. Here's SAG. Here we go. It was mentioned in the news clip you guys saw. I'll read it for you guys. SAG is furious. SAG stands with the studio. You notice the first line? SAG-AFTRA stands with the studios. We know you stand with the studios. You bullshitted us for 2 years. We were in the streets with you. You told us Fran Dresser, the AOC of Hollywood, Fran Dresser, crying on command, told us she was sticking it to the studios. Don't worry, we're going to get you guys a deal. I'm talking to Netflix right now, and my arms are crossed. Rah, rah, rah. And then she comes out of the meeting. It was so hard. I did my best, and I got you guys a deal. No, you didn't. You got us a piece of paper. This is what they did for us. What SAG-AFTRA did for us 2 years ago. They got the studios to agree to give paperwork to us before they fire us. That's what you did. Before the deal, they could just fire us. If we didn't agree to the AI, or if we didn't know, they did it around our back, we didn't know. So they're using AI likeness and not paying us. Now they have to get us to sign it. If we don't sign it, they fire us. That's the deal you got. And now SAG-AFTRA stands with the studios, condemning the blatant infringement by the Chinese company. China can't do, only we can do it. Our studios can do it. Netflix can do it. Paramount. That's Israel now, right? U.S. Israel owns Paramount. Larry Ellison. They can do it. They can blacklist actors for being free Palestine. They can take AI replicas of their actors. They can fire makeup artists and costume designers, right? That's fine. But now the unions are standing with the studios, and we're gonna stick it to China because China can't get away with this. It's unacceptable. It undercuts the ability of human talent to earn a livelihood. Are you kidding? We already know this. You just didn't care when it was being done here. Now you care because it's being done overseas, and better at that. They're doing it better. It's better. Did that look like Leonardo DiCaprio surviving the Titanic crash, right? That's what that looked like. That looked real to me. Okay. So responsible AI development demands responsibility, and that is non-existent here. Well, guess what? SAG, AFTRA, WGA. and all you effing studios that didn't give a shit about us out in the picket line, which was all fabricated. By the way, if you guys get emails telling you it's time to picket, it's not a bottom-up movement. It really isn't. We always want to be on the side of the people. And I want to be clear. We show up. We're in the streets. We show up. But know where the message is. It's coming from top down. They're probably double-crossing you in the back room. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. So we will be on the side of the people always. But make no mistake, when SAG stands with the studios, that's what they've been standing with them the whole time. They're just now saying it out loud. They were never on the side of us. They're on the side of the shareholders, the CEOs, the intellectual property, right? The Disney, in Marvel, we can't let China do this to us. We were making the money. And by the way, F the worker no matter what. There's your HOLLYWOKE update. And we call it HOLLYWOKE. Why? Because they tell us what to think and feel and when to show up to picket, because that's being in, right? And if you have a problem with that, you're out. You're one of the bad guys. So we got to stay woke here in HOLLYWOKE, whatever you want to call it. We got to stay woke, stay with the group, the good guys. Don't say free Palestine, but you can say go SAG, go AFTRA, and stick it to China. That's all you can do. And by the way, go Israel. Okay. That's all for HOLLYWOKE. Let's end strong today, guys. I got one more good one here. Okay. Here we go. Okay. It's time for loudest voice. This is a good one. Okay. Yeah, let's just go right to it. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. This week, we're not going to focus so much on the person exposing the horrible behavior. We're going to look at the person himself doing the horrible behavior, exposing himself. And that's always fun to see. You still got to set him up for it, but let him do it. Let him do it to himself. So we'll give him the loudest voice. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about, you guys know, Michael Tracy, total Epstein defender, PDF defender. He's been bashing on victims and survivors the entire way through the Epstein files. He can't stop it. He's got some sort of weird malfunction in him where you got to double down. And I get it. It's once you put your bet on something, you got to stick with it. Who knows what's in those files that are being hidden, that he's part of, that he's connected? Who knows? But when Michael Tracy, and again, we already have this weird behavior with him. It's on all his tweets on Twitter. He's just bashing the crap out of, it's very bizarre behavior. But in this case, when Michael Tracy goes on with Piers Morgan, Piers is always, he's not good at having any spine. The guy's spineless, but every once in a while he does allow a platform where he can sit there and not have to do too much while his guests duke it out. And we always like it when pro-Palestine, anti-Zionists stick it to those Zionist guests. In this case, we're still not sure what Michael Tracy is actually representing. So the question was asked to him. I'm going to play the clip now. The question was asked to him, an obvious question: who's paying you? Why are you doing this? And he kind of exposes himself throughout the long, unnecessarily long answer. I won't even call it an answer, but it's his response to the question, who's paying you? Here we go. Take it away. Michael Tracy, loudest voice of the week, exposing himself, a pedo defender. Here we go.
I'm hearing a lot of conspiracy theories, but they're all coming out of your mouth. Let me give the final word to Tara, because he
what
keeps.
Conspiracy theory did I postulate?
When he's not lecturing me about my interview skills, he's lecturing you about your journalistic skills. So your response to that and to what David Boyes had to say.
Please, Tara, go ahead, defend it.
I don't know, Michael. Have you ever actually listened to any of the tapes at the Palm Beach, the police in Palm Beach, the detective? Have you listened to any of the girls that they interviewed that were as young
I've
as
listened to them all.
14? Yeah, and you think that they're
I've
not
listened
credible?
to it all, Tara.
You don't think that entire pyramid scheme in a high
Do you
school
think
in
Virginia
nearby-
Roberts-Giuffre's credible? She had nothing to do with that initial Palm Beach investigation. We're talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations
Right,
against
let her speak,
a
please.
Harvard
Let her
professor,
speak.
Stephen Koslin, recanted against
Let her speak.
Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend the...
Just to be clear, Michael Tracy is defending Alan Dershowitz, the most horrible, disgusting, slimy person on the effing planet who was assigned by the Mossad to be Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, who is actually the lawyer for Israel. That's who Michael Tracy is defending. You have to recant, because if you don't, you're going to hurt Alan Dershowitz's feelings. You're gonna hurt his feelings, and he's going to have to sue you, because that's what Alan Dershowitz does. When he's caught, he just says, "I'm going to sue you. I'm just going to effing sue you." That's who he's defending, amongst a list of others. He won't stop. He won't effing stop. It's insane. But we're not even to the good part yet. We're setting it up. But we're not even to the good part. Okay, here we go.
Let her speak, or I'll cut your mic.
Your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Do you work? Who do you work for, Michael? Because I've never met anyone in my entire life who would like, who's paying you? Who do you work for? I think a lot of people are wondering this, because I've never seen anyone quite like you going after victims of sex crimes.
And I just want to say it's a good question. Like I said earlier, asked in this way is a good question. There's ways, there's context in which you can be dishonest about that question. We've seen that, but I want to give some context here. The way you ask somebody who's paying you, it's important how you do it. Bernie Sanders notoriously is known for deflecting people who protest. He deflected Code Pink one time. I'm having this kind of memory. I want to remind you guys that you can do that in a dishonest way. Bernie Sanders did that in a dishonest way when protesters showed up to his Ukraine funding, stupid proxy war bullshit rally, where they said, Code Pink said, you're funding a proxy war. Why are you doing? You're giving money. You're killing Ukrainians. And then he just says, "Who pays you? Who pays you?" And he's not waiting around for the answer. He just walks by and he does, "Who pays you? Russia. Russia pays you." Rah, 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 rah. That's not what this is. So just to be clear, there's a way you can do it honestly. And I like what she's doing here. She says, I really want to know. Please answer the question. And that's what you want. So that's how that works. Just to be clear on the difference of technique. She's honestly wants to know, as I do. We all want to know who's paying Michael Tracy. So go on, Michael Tracy. You have the floor. Answer the question.
And attacking them like this. So you must be being paid by someone in power who does not like these accusations that have been made against them. And I think it's fair to ask, are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
I'm having trouble hearing right now.
Did you see him set that up? Did you see him do a little thing earlier? I didn't want to pause it that way. Did you guys notice the little and then he's staring. He's like, let me act this just right. This is improv skills. You gotta think quick. How do I sell this to the audience? She's waiting for me to respond, but I'm gonna pretend I can't hear her, but I have to respond. Little pause, little deer in head. Is this the face? Am I getting this? Right? That's the face, right? Okay. So he does all the little things you got to do to pretend that you can't hear. Okay, we'll keep at it. It's acting. Acting takes commitment. You got to commit. You got to go for belief. So does Michael Tracy believe his acting right now? Does he believe that his character really can't hear? He's trying hard. But these are this is acting 101. This is just so you guys see this. He's planting everything to try and sell it. Spoiler alert, it's not going to work. But he does give it a good try. All right, keep up the act. Here we go.
Wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just blurted out.
I'm asking you if you have ever been paid by any of the men who have been accused of crime.
Maybe somebody can
astonishing.
Okay, before Pierce gone, he said maybe somebody can help me with the feed right now. And you see how he kept his voice. It's actually kind of cleverly. It's clever. He just doesn't execute it well. But it was a good idea to talk. So he's like, okay, I'm going to lower my volume because if I can't hear her, then I don't have to talk over her. So he's trying to check every box, right? He's doing the whole, let me pretend if I don't hear her, I can see her mouth. So I'm just going to keep talking at the volume. Because generally when people talk, you guys know when people talk over each other, you know, any Pierce Morgan clip we've played, you have to raise your voice to be, because you don't know the audio, it starts to conflict with each other. So whoever's loudest will win. He doesn't do the loud. He goes, I'm going to go all in and pretend I don't hear her. I'm going to keep my volume the same. Right? Okay. And then Pierce jumps in because Pierce actually wants the answer. He's not buying. I don't think Pierce is buying this. His audience especially isn't buying this, but I don't think Pierce is buying it either.
An astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing when you were asked a very difficult question. And rather telling, I may say.
I heard it.
Okay.
Can
no,
I ask
I'm not saying you didn't get cut. I'm just saying.
If he can hear you, can you ask him that question? Because he can't hear me, but maybe he can hear you asking that question.
Yeah.
I think it's a fair
Michael, can you
question to
hear
ask.
me?
Did you
can
just
you hear
I
me,
can
Michael?
hear you very faintly. Did you just allege that I'm somehow implicated in the Epstein criminality, or did I mishear you?
Oh, no, you didn't mishear. You didn't hear anything, remember? You said you had an audio problem, so you didn't mishear. You heard nothing. Come on, man. Stick to the scene, man. Come on, dude. You're so close. But okay. And this is funny. I like this. Cheese slice. I love this. Yes. John Kirko is in the middle joining us. Thanks for coming in here, Cheese Slice. That's pretty funny. Yeah, he's been smiling the whole time. He's been smiling the whole time. But no. Come on, man. Stick to the scene. Go for belief. Acting 101. Go for belief. How are you going to get out of this? Did you hear her? Kind of hear? Didn't hear? I don't know. Go ahead.
I asked you if you were being
Tara
paid
asked
by
if you're
anyone.
being Tara asked if you're being paid by anybody to smear the victims of the Epstein
rather than
scandal.
defend the merits of her journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible, what does she do? She tries to impugn me personally, tries to imply or
You're not
allege
answering
what's the answer to the question?
motive. Of course, I'm not being paid by anyone.
Okay. And then he says, of course. So he's forced into a corner where he has to say, of course I'm not getting paid. Why couldn't he have just said that right away? Very bizarre. But these moments are important. These moments are the moments that will live in infamy, right? These are the clips that we go back to. The clips where the people expose themselves. There's actually some other ones I wanted to show you guys today, but I wanted to focus on this because this is very new, very raw. But we're in a time, and I told you guys earlier in the show, I'm going to say it for the loudest voice of the week. We're in a time where we need to go back and relook at stuff. Relook at Sam Harris was another one I want to look at. I'm not going to throw it at you right now, but look back at moments where the bad guys say the thing out loud themselves. So they become, in and of itself, they become their own loudest voice of whatever week or year. They become that thing. And so these moments live on. We go back and find them. This one just happened to be fresh and new. So that's why you guys are seeing this, and it qualifies for this week. But let's have fun with this. Let's go back and look for the moments that they literally reveal themselves. They're laughing at the wrong times. As we saw with Lutnick earlier with Trump, laughing at the wrong times, crying at the wrong times, pretending to have sound problems at the wrong times. Look up Sam Harris. I'm not going to play right now, but if years back he was on with Cenk Uygur, and he goes, he does this whole thing about eating babies. Can that be okay? Like, look for these moments. Try and figure out what is actually happening, because they are doing it to themselves. Either it's accidental or it's part of the culture of the tribe, when you sign up to be part of this. We talk about this too on the show. We talk about those moments where the reveal moment, like the artists in Hollywood, the artists in the music industry, that they are kind of required to put that messaging in their lyrics to get the audiences to watch these moments. We mentioned Tom Hanks earlier. In the movie, go back to the movie, the Money Pit. The kids in the movie are singing "I Am a Pizza" as Tom Hanks tells his driver, "Go away, leave me here. You never were here. Shh, hush, hush, hush. Secret, secret, secret." I Am a Pizza being sung by children. So these are the moments of reveal. They're doing it in real time. We're going to keep an eye on Michael Tracy. What else is he going to give away on his own? Whether it's a tweet where he goes nuts on or another Piers Morgan appearance. But that's all it takes sometimes. Let them open their own mouth. Let them do their own maneuvering. Let them expose themselves as what they are. And we know that Michael Tracy is this. He's an Epstein defender. He's a pedo defender. And it's just the only thing we don't know about him yet is what is he personally hiding? And who does he work for? What's he getting paid? And all those questions. What is he personally hiding? We will probably find out in the coming weeks. But for now, Michael Tracy gets the loudest voice of the week. All right, guys, that should do it for today's show. These are some great responses you guys have. I'll throw those up in a bit when we get to that. We're just going to throw up the final closing because we've gone about 4 hours and we're almost at the 4.5 hour mark. But we tend to do this when we have a lot of show, guys, and we do appreciate all your engagement. We appreciate everything today, all the contribution, especially Jay Scott. Way to bring it today, Jay. We appreciate it. Our hearts are with Leslie right now. Please send her good vibes as we're dealing with our family emergency with her father, that is my father-in-law. Please send thoughts and prayers and anything you can that direction. And hopefully we'll have good news moving into next week. And we do plan to be back for a normal Tuesday and Thursday spot. So don't think we didn't cancel Tuesdays ongoing. We just took a day off this week, but we will be back for a normal twice a week show, Tuesdays and Thursdays, right here, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern, and all through the afternoon, apparently, is how we've been doing it these days. If you want to catch more of me, I'll be going on with, and I see Jamie's on with us, Cheese Slice. I will be on with Truthwire tomorrow with Fiorella. We'll be doing Truthwire. That'll be at 9:30 a.m. Pacific. That's 12:30 Eastern. And then next Monday, catch me on with Garland Nixon. We're probably doing some HOLLYWOKE stuff because he likes that. We got a lot there with the AI stuff, and of course some more Charlie Kirk, and obviously Epstein. Epstein's not going away. We're keeping with that. So I'll be on with Garland Nixon. That's this coming Monday, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 Eastern, and of course we'll be back here with you guys for THL. All new shows Tuesday and Thursday, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern. That should do it for this show today. Thanks for sticking with us today. You can always go back and watch the full replay on Rumble, on YouTube, or wait for us to upload the segments if you missed any. We'll try and get them up soon. We're still one show backed up, but I'm going to get all of those up there in the next few days from the last week's Thursday and this show, so you guys can share those segments out too on your end. Until next time, just remember, when you go out there, always do it with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. Until next time, this one you're gonna go out with I'm leaving you with a real fun one from the Olympics. There's a commentator who tells us while an Israeli is doing his bobsledding, he tells us in real time, live on the air, that this Israeli is 100% for genocide and all the horrible things this athlete does on his social media. We appreciate it. We appreciate this commentator saying this out loud so the whole world watching can hear it in real time as he's competing for the Olympics, which he should not be at all. Until next time, remember, power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.